Good morning, everyone. We are in the final day of the round of 16. As you can see, it's Group D, and once again with me, it is Gypsy93.
Hello.
Good
What's that?
morning, Gypsy93. I know you've been awake basically all day long, messaging at like 2:15 in the morning. I don't know how you do it, man.
I have 1 hour of sleep in me, and that's enough, dude. That's all I need to watch Brood War. I'm
Mm.
more excited than ever. I feel my second, third, and fourth win now that we're in the last stretch of the group stages. And, I'm excited to be here casting with you, my friend.
Yeah, and this is a good group to finish off the round of 16. We've got what I would consider the ultimate boss right now, Snow. Nobody wanted to pick him. He got picked last. He's put in Group D. He had a really good group. He had 3 Terrans until they switched in Action. And I was looking to see what the history is between Snow and Action. I was curious to see if actually Action could take down Snow, but if you look at the 2023 results, actually Snow's crushing him also. Some of the series were pretty close, like the Ultimate Battles, they were like 5-4, 6-3, but their latest one was 7-2. And then I was also looking at the history between Snow and the other 2 Terran players, and well, let's just say Snow has been doing Snow things to them. The win rate is extremely high versus those two.
Yeah, I mean, I can imagine. Snow has been the along with Light, the most dominant player online. And well, we saw what happened to Light yesterday. So I don't know if we can always take. We got to take the online performances with a grain of salt because when it comes down to playing in the ASL, it seems like some of these players, and especially if we look at Light and Snow in particular, they don't always play up to their performances, right? So this is gonna be a test for Snow. I don't actually remember when's the last time that Snow made the run of 8.
I think it's been a while. I was thinking the same thing. I know he went to the finals like a really, really long time ago, but since then, he's kind of been like around a 16 type of player. I think, was it last season he got beat by Killer, if I remember correctly? Something like
Hmm.
that. Um, but actually, I've got my eye on Action. I think Action's really good. I always root for him every single season. I think he's someone that can go all the way to the finals. So I'm curious to see him versus Snow. I think if he can beat Snow in the opening match, I think he's got a really good shot versus Sharp and Mind. Action's really freaking good versus Terran. People on Team Liquid have talked about how actually he's a mind game type of Zerg, and that can be hard to deal with. You know, if you think they're going one tech, they're actually going the other. All of a sudden, your build order goes down the drain. So I think this is going to be an overall just really tough group in general.
Yeah. Well, Snow has made it to the run of 8. I'm just looking here. I looked back until season 11. We'll stop there and we can go back even more. But he's made it to the round of 8 twice. So I think at some point getting eliminated in the round of 24 and then a couple other times in the round of 16. And interestingly enough, in the round of 8, in 2 seasons, the 2 seasons he made it, he actually lost a hero both times. One was a 3-0 and one was a 3-1. So, um, Snow is definitely the type of player that you expect to win championships, but just hasn't had that those godly runs. And especially when you compare it to a player like Hero, who is constantly seeded, you know. And Snow is the type of player that should be constantly seeded. Him and Light, but they just haven't been.
Yeah, but Snow's on a rampage these days. He, in fact, won StarCast Season 1 Star League that we just
Yeah,
casted. He's
those games are crazy.
those games, well, they were crazy one-sided is what they were.
Yeah,
I
that's
mean, they were insane. Like, I'm looking at the game and I was just like, was there ever a game that went like past 10 minutes? Was there ever a game that was close? The answer was not really. He went like 13-1, I think, and he went through all the best Terrans. He went through Sock first, then he beat Royal, then he beat Rush, he beat Light. I mean, And some of the games were like ultra tilt mode. Like I watched Light do, I think it was Rush do like a 2-fact. Light did like a 3 Vulture, 4 Marine attack, and Snow just held with like 3 Dragoons. It was crazy.
Yeah, I mean, he does make some of these Terran players look like they don't even belong in the game with him. So he is that good at the matchup. And in PvZ, honestly, for a long time, he was, you know, if I think about the really good PvZ players, I mean, of course, there's Bisu, kind of the legacy one, but Mini constantly picks Zergs in the tournament setting to do well against. And I mean, he's won ASLs off the back of his PvZ. But Snow was kind of the one who was pioneering a lot of the upgrade meta in PvZ and the macro like late game play. So this guy is really good at the matchup, but it has been the bane of his ASLs, and he is going to be playing action in the first game. So, I mean, there's a potential where maybe if he loses to action, goes down to the losers, and then maybe plays action again, or maybe, but it would be, if he plays the Terrans, I think he'd be very heavily favored.
Yeah, that stat at the bottom, if I read it correctly, it did say Snow's win rate versus Zerg is 38%, whereas Action's win rate versus Protoss is 80%. That doesn't sound accurate, but just because of how high that win rate is. But this guy right here, Action, he's a monster in the macro. There are times that I've casted some StarCast games where Action, he looks like he's all in. He's on like 20 drones versus Protoss, forces out 1,000,000 cannons, and the next thing I know, he's up in workers. I don't even know what happened. He's just insane with management, and I think he's got a really good shot in this group. We haven't really talked about the Terrans at all. We got to look at Sharp here. He came out of the wild card, so he's obviously playing very well these days. Mind, he had killer performance past couple seasons, so I actually think he can do very well, but it's going to be tough because I feel like Sharp's really good TVT. We know Snow's amazing PVT, and then Action, I don't even know if you can find somebody that's better ZVT. So this seems just like, in the opening scenes where they were talking about the group, Snow was saying that this was the group of death again, and I think he's right.
Yeah, I mean, it's I think it's weird to call it a group of death, though, in my opinion, because maybe in terms of how close the skill levels are, but I think the two Terran players, they're going to have a very difficult time here. I think there's two very clear favorites, and it's definitely Snow and Action, and it's because they have such killer versus Terran matchups. So and ultimately they only need, like, since there's two Terran players, they're guaranteed to have to rely on that versus Terran. Like the Terran players have to win against the Zerg or the Protoss to get out of the group, which I think is going to be very difficult for them. But I mean, Mind, he made the final not too long ago, and of course Sharp won the wild card. So
yeah, and he beat Action, right?
Yeah.
I think Action was in the wild card match.
Yeah.
By the way, we swapped to the caster screen. Hello, Gypsy. Hello there. Of course, we're casting.
I can't see when we swap, So.
Well, yeah, I guess I didn't tell you there, but
you guys didn't know. Yeah, no, I know. You guys were peeking at me. I never noticed.
Yeah, we wanted to see what was going on behind your chair, but you've cleaned up a little bit. Is that where you sleep, man? You just sleep right
just
there
tonight? No, absolutely not. But tonight I did, and then I just. This is how much sleep deprivation I'm under. I just realized. Let me see how much you guys can see. But that's where I slept for a nice solid hour. Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like.
No, it's not. It doesn't look too bad. It looks a bit
fine.
Ravaged.
Yeah, ravaged.
Look, that's Astro.
I saw your dog back there, Astro the dog.
Well,
we're gonna swap back now. We're getting a look at the stats here. We got Sharp versus Mind in season 7, round of 16. So that's very long ago. 4-2. Sharp versus Action. Wow, that's a very close score. 6-5. and in the season 17 wildcard, he won 2-1. And then actually, like I was mentioning, Snow seems to be playing really well versus Action, at least in 2023. That stat at the bottom said 1-4 versus Snow. So as we mentioned, seems like Snow's the man to beat. Overall, Sharp, look at this win rate. I mean, this is extremely high in ASL. Of course, no surprise that the lowest win rate is going to be versus Protoss. Generally, Terran's struggling in that matchup, but versus Terran, extremely high. Versus Zerg, also extremely high, approaching 60%.
Yeah, I mean, Sharp, honestly, he's been playing since he was in the very first ASL final. So this guy has a lot of ASLs under his belt, and he's kind of one of the. I mean, there's a lot of Terran players. Both of these Terran players, I think, they're kind of under the radar, but they're very high skilled. Like we were talking about, how Mind made the final 2 seasons ago, and he had dominant performances, like in most of his games, but he fell in the TVT matchup.
Yeah, Mind, his TVP looked really solid. Like in that run he made, he was killing everybody. I think he beat Bisu. I remember like the Sylphid game. Can't remember if that was Bisu or not, but that Sylphid game he looked extremely dominant. And then his Terran versus Zerg, of course, top notch. As you mentioned, the TVT he fell. I think he lost 1-4 versus JYJ in the finals. But
Yeah.
other than that, I mean, he's very strong. If you exclude that JYJ series, I think his stats are like, if we subtract, it was like 11-16 overall. So it's, it's not bad, approaching 40%. But Sharp, he's an expert in TVT. Every time I think of Sharp TVT, I think of the Flash versus Sharp. Was it KCM matchup? It was on Ground Zero where it was epic. It was like 40 minutes long, and that really put Sharp on the radar for me in terms of his skill level.
Yeah, the guy is definitely really good in TVT. I mean, there's a reason why he picked a Terran for his group, and I'm assuming might also pick the Terran to help both of them out. But yeah, this is going to be the first game of Group D, guys, on Apocalypse, Sharp versus Mind.
Yeah, thinking back to what you just said about picking a Terran, actually, in fact, mine picked JYJ initially for the group, so I guess he wanted to get some revenge, but Soulkey ruined that scheme. But we are ready for game one. It's a TVT. I thought we were going to get some of those yesterday, but never happened, and here we are. We're finally going to get one. It's Sharp versus Mind on Apocalypse. Okay, in the top middle, we do have Sharp.
And in the bottom right is Mind.
All right, TVT man, you're the expert here. You're the player that plays the modern style. Yeah. I'm the boomer that plays the starport, the factory starport. You think we're gonna see vultures here? You think we'll see something different, like JYJ does tank Goliath?
Aren't you the expert, Nyoken? You've been playing for like 26 years.
You would think so, right? But
yeah.
Just not the case.
You have a bunch of games in WCG against Artosis.
I know, but they're all fact port games, man. It's funny, it's the bane of my existence has been vulture play. The first time vultures came into the meta, I remember losing to Hoves. You probably don't even know that name. Tank vulture on one base.
Hoves, of course.
Then when I was playing really seriously in Bi-Clan, it was expansion into tank vulture on 2 factories. And now we're in the meta where, why do we even need tanks? We just build vultures and I just lose to vultures straight up. Like, for whatever reason, just can't stop them, man.
Yeah, well, I know you always undersell yourself, but alright. We'll see. I mean, the go-to build these days is 3 factory, but there's a lot of mix-ups. The starport opening is still good against 3 factory, especially, well, not getting too nitty-gritty in there, but the starport, you often start it before the 3rd depot, and the timing can come really quick if the 3 factory player doesn't see it. So we'll see. I mean, both players so far, though, not opening with something like a command center at first. And I feel like I remember watching these 2 guys play, was it in the round of 24 on like Vermeer?
Sharp versus Mind? I would have to look that up.
I think there is a TVT involving Mind at least. I don't know why I'm getting this feeling now, but in any way, it was a very cookie cutter, like super standard Terran versus Terran play, and I feel like this is what we're getting again.
Yeah, everything does look very normal. By the way, we did see the highest TVT win rate graphic just a few seconds ago. Sharp is in third with 57%. Then it shoots up drastically to 68%. I can't remember who that name was, but at 78% win rate, it was Flash. Just absurd win rate. Mind, I thought he was up a worker for a second, but it is not the case. Everything looks very normal. This is 12 gas, by the way, not 11, not 10. And we've already pulled off the gas, so this should just be normal command center follow-up.
Yeah, it would be so exciting to, honestly, I think a lot of people would love to see Flash play again, but I don't know if that's ever going to happen. Can always hope. But yeah, so far pretty standard, as you were saying, and double Marine from both players, playing super safe. What happened to Mine's SCV? Did he already lose it?
No, he scouted, didn't get in, and then backed off. By the way, Sharp has gone for, as a Terran player, a somewhat interesting build. He built his Vulture first, I'm pretty sure, before his command center. Yeah. You basically don't do that in TVT. Like, it's very rare, at least from my opinion, seeing that. Of course, it's it's not a major deal, but if he's building it this quickly,
I'm pretty sure you do it. You definitely do it.
Well,
you definitely do it.
Well, when you build
if you build two Marines, then you build the command center with your factory SCV.
Yeah.
And then you build the Vulture, and then it's safe against if your opponent's going like 1 base 2 fact or something like that, and playing super aggressively. Like, you need to keep making Vultures.
Whoa.
Oh, but look at this.
Yeah, this is what I was kind of expecting. I was like, if you're going to build it this quickly, you must be wanting to attack. And Mind is in trouble. Luckily, he built a third Vulture here instead of building an add-on, because if this was an add-on, this is devastating damage. He's already lost three SCVs. Oh no, Mind, he's taking a ton of damage here. He's almost lost that Vulture, in fact. Sharp did not cut Vultures at all, and he's in a really good spot right now. You look at supply, it says it's even. Actually, it says it's in favor of Mind, so you would think he's in a good spot, but actually, Sharp's the one that's going to be up workers.
Yeah, and Sharp's playing this 2-fact armory build, which is kind of just very safe and sturdy. And Mind, he's playing, I think, 3-factory, which is why he was playing so aggressively with the Vultures. You really want to see if your opponent's going for like a tank early or something like that. You want to poke, and he was trying to poke way too early with the double Vulture. He could have just sat at his nat and defended that comfortably, but that was a really good move from Sharp, and sometimes that happens in this matchup. Well, now Sharp's going to have a huge advantage.
Well, Mind is up 1 Vulture right now, so he may actually make an attack. Actually, the 5th Vulture just came out. And I do want to point out that, just as an aside, Sharp's barracks, what is it doing, man? It's like out in no man's land. I was expecting him to be in the main to scout what Mind's doing, but he has no read as to what the follow-up is for Mind. Meanwhile, Mind has the racks in the main, so he sees that it's 2-fact. He sees that it's an armory, like you said, so that's why he's got the add-on to start building tanks and, of course, get his mine upgrade.
Yeah, that's definitely a mistake from Sharp. Oh, actually, it was taking damage. I think I'm not sure where the Marines were hitting it. I guess none of the rest are really paying attention, but not getting full information. I think he pretty much knows, though, at this point, what Mine is doing. And I mean, Mine did lose 3 SCVs, but he does have a slight build order advantage in terms of having that 3rd factory against this 2-fact. So he's going to be happy about that. But again, the 3 SCVs in the early game, it's nothing to scoff at.
Yep. Sharp actually has mines already done. I still don't see mines yet for Mind. I like Mind's comp better. Of course, I prefer the tanks over the Goliaths. Goliaths are not exactly like... Oh, I am shocked that he went speed first.
Yeah. The speed... Well, I think when you're opening with 3-factory like this, speed is pretty standard unless you see your opponent playing really early tanks. But looks like Mind's going to try and use that speed to get in, but Sharp's playing super defensively and completely stops that, actually.
Yeah, that's another good chunk of Ultras that are going to fall. At least he's going to get maybe a couple SCVs for this. But Sharp's out on the map with the rest of his army. There's still no mine set up. There's You know, I think maybe 1 or 2 tanks. Actually, this Vulture got 3 kills. That's really nice. 2 tanks on the move. I'm not sure if actually Mine saw that there were mines were placed. He's acting like he's going to try and get through here. The Marine going to lead the way.
Okay. Oh, well, he sees the mines are there, so he's not going to overstate his welcome. I wonder if... Okay, Mine's just finished, so I think Mine doesn't actually have siege mode just yet. And Sharp expanding super quickly. Again, obviously Mine got in there and killed a couple of SCVs. But because Sharp killed Mine's SCVs earlier, he has more resources, and that's why he has a faster command center. And this trade here actually is kind of good. For a second it looked pretty bad for Mine, but the high ground just giving him so much advantage.
Yeah, the high ground was obviously really impactful there. Now the tanks move into position, making sure that he's going to win the fight. Sharp has got a lot of gas. Actually, that depot that went down in his main, I thought it was going to be for a starport. Okay, now he's starting to put down some more add-ons. He's up to 2. He's already got a 3rd command center done, whereas Mine has not even started his 3rd command center. There's the starport, but it's for Mine, so he's the one that wants to get some Wraith played down. But 5 fact as a follow-up for Sharp. He's going to have so much stuff, but does Sharp have a tank yet? That's my question.
Yeah, honestly, it's really surprising watching this game. Sharp is so far ahead. And I don't know if it's just from killing the 3 SCVs early. I mean, how did he get this command center that much quicker? Is it really the fact that he skipped tanks? He does have siege mode, so definitely got that upgrade. Mine, though, he can't really push up this high ground, and he didn't get really the best trades with his Vulture, so he's not able to punish this command center, though he is getting a lot of SCVs right now.
Yeah, these small Vulture run-bys are definitely evening up the worker count, but he is losing the Vultures, of course. I think Mine's a little lucky that Sharp's tank count is so low, because if it was at least matching, you know, he's kept his Vultures alive. He could probably make a push through the center. There's, I think, only 3 tanks in the middle. Not very many, but Mine's going to consistently reinforce it. Now Mine's finally going to take his 3rd base. He should easily, I think, be able to get top right. It seems like he's controlling the center well enough to do that. We've got a big Vulture engagement, and Mine is going to overwhelmingly win this one.
Yeah, although Sharp has a very nice economic advantage with the faster 3rd command center, and that's also translating into his 5 factory being much faster. You can see Mine only now adding more factories. Mine is having this nice map control in the middle of the map, and if this goes uncontested much longer, Mine can kind of stretch that tank line on this map. If you stretch your tank line from the middle, oh my god, that was a big mine, to the opposite high ground, so in this case it would be the 6 o'clock high ground, Mine's gonna have an insane hold on this game. Yeah. So Sharp needs to do something soon.
Yeah, and there's an Artosis moment going on right here. It didn't build. Gotta keep an eye on Mine's camera. Oh, he fixed it. Okay, it didn't build for about 15 seconds. So not too bad. But Sharp, what I like about his build is he's got his science facility already done or about to be done. He's going into 6-fact, but I really like that forward starport. I think it's going to be not scanned for a long time, so you can start going into Wraith and maybe catch Mind off guard. But he put an add-on on, so this actually could be for mass drops.
This command center for Mind is just so late, and Sharp has been mining from his 3rd base forever. He's probably got a really sizable gas lead at this point. He has triple add-on going on his factories, but can he find space to get out on the map?
Yeah, that's the thing, is Sharp clearly has the superior eco, but Mine clearly has the better positioning. It's not even close. Now, can he bust these 2 tanks? Actually, the Marines soaked up some big shots right there. Allows the tanks and the mines to connect. And now Sharp has found an opening here. He needs to get onto the high ground to start securing this area.
Yeah, and I mean, Sharp's also got really fast upgrades. His +1 finished, and Mine doesn't have anything coming. Honestly, this game has been kind of a disaster for Mine. Despite having that middle map control, everything seems so slow relative to Sharp. This drop is going to come in here. Mine's really kind of hinging on this harassment working out, and it's been keeping him in the game. I mean, he's killing SCVs non-stop since the early game.
Yeah.
But again, like everything for him is lagging in terms of his unit count, his tank count, his upgrade count. Finally, he has that third base up and running. You can see he's still only on 2 add-ons.
Well, he's got 6 factories now. He can match the production of Sharp, who's already on 6 factories. I think Mine can consider taking top right pretty soon if he wants, or bottom right pretty soon, but Sharp already has 2 dropships, and like I was saying, that starport is in between the natural and the third base. I don't think it was spotted really at all, so he's going to shark around towards the top right corner and come in doom. Well, it's not necessarily a doom drop, but double drop. Oh, he just barely missed that drop on the side. Oh, actually, it looks like he must have spotted because Vulture's coming.
Yeah, and he's going to react, but I wonder what's in these 2 dropships. If he has a couple Goliaths. Okay, Goliath, Vulture, tank. Oh, that's insane. And if no Mine connects it, ooh, okay. That actually killed one of the Goliaths, but the second Goliath is still alive, and this is going to kill a lot of SVs. Sharp is doing so much damage with this.
Yeah, and supplies have really shot up in favor of Sharp now. Of course, it's TVT where tanks and mines can do 1,000,000 damage, and 20 isn't exactly the biggest of deal. But if he can pull some units out of position and push the center or around the center pretty soon, he could start securing his side of the map. He's in fact gotten onto the high ground at bottom left. Remember, Apocalypse is a 3-player map. If he can secure that, he'll have access to the other main. I can't believe that this drop is still alive. It's done so much damage.
Yeah, so much mining time disruption as well. Looks like Sharp is also moving more units to deny the 4th base from Mine. Mine's in such a bad position, and the thing is, also his upgrades being so late, he does have +1. +2 is going to be a while away, and that means that Sharp's going to have a nice timing to bust through the center if he so chooses.
That was a clutch pickoff right there. The Goliath died, which means that these 2 raids, oh my gosh, actually they're almost one-shottable. So that was a really, really lucky move right there that the tanks got those Goliaths, because otherwise these raids would be dead. Sharp, or Mine, did clean up the attack at top right, so his 4th base will land.
Like, there's an SCV actually with these tanks, so it can buy a lot of time. Goliath also walking all the way down there. I don't know if it's going to be able to get to those tanks, but it has to. I mean, those 2 raids could do a lot of damage otherwise. And Sharp has +2 already, so his tanks are going to be 2-shotting Mine's tanks. A huge, huge deal in this matchup, obviously, for obvious reasons. But Mine's, I mean, he's kind of stabilizing, but Sharp is still, on the verge of kind of breaking through here, I feel like.
Yeah, Sharp's a little ahead right now. 4 base for both players. Slight supply lead for Sharp. I think the comp is better for Sharp just in terms of how many tanks you see right here and the dropships. But the big deal is Sharp is starting to get the other main. If we are to split the map, Sharp will have 6 bases, and then maybe Mine can get 5. I don't see how he'll be able to get the very bottom middle base. That feels like that'll be a contested base. So 6 versus 5, Sharp will of course have massive eco advantage for the duration of the game. There's a lot of dropships moving. Where does he want to go? It looks like he's found an opening here. He wants to carpet bomb these tanks right here.
Yeah, Sharp seemed really undecided with those dropships, but it looks like he finally picked the spot. And instead of crashing through the middle, he's just getting the high ground, which is also a very valid strategy. But Mine's going for the counterattack.
Yep, this is the move. You've got to do this in TVT. TVT, you can't, try and counter the counter. Oh, yeah, all these tanks are out of siege mode. That's going to be a very favorable trade. But look, the drops are setting up to go for a doom drop in the main. Meanwhile, vultures are going to deny mining at mid-left. But the real threat is these drops going in right now.
Yeah, Mine's doing a lot of damage to this counterattack, but the counter drop now unloading inside of Mine's base, and he does have +2.
He doesn't have +2.
That's already +2. Yeah.
Oh, he got it. That is a huge upgrade. That is a massive swing in Sharp's favor. He's going to clearly win fights from now on, unless, of course, there's a massive supply advantage in Mine's favor. He's going to try and... No, he's not going to elevator. The drops and more units coming in are going to shut this down, but this was a massive win for Sharp. Of course, Mine's still not out of it. He's still got a huge army in the center, but he is in trouble.
Well, Mine did clean up that drop relatively fast, but it did cost him, again, the upgrade timing, which is massive, and so much time just going there. And you can see Sharp's already moving onto the map. He does have that high ground at 6 o'clock, and that's going to allow him to basically take the other third of the map, which is a win condition in itself. I mean, Mind has just been struggling this entire game, it feels like to me. He's been on the back foot from the very beginning, and Sharp hasn't really allowed him back in. I thought Mind had some counterplay going with that move towards, you know, the Sharp's high ground when Sharp went for 6 o'clock, but now situation stabilizing and Sharp's going for another drop.
Yeah, and he's got a lot of units here to try and elevate her again. An immediate siege up. Yeah, dropships are coming, but look at the immediate pickup again from Sharp. Oh, is he going to go in? I thought he was going to go. Okay, now he's going to go in, but he's going to lose everything here. Oh, maybe he's not going to lose everything here. Actually, there was less units for Mind than I anticipated. The +2 really doing work here, trading very effectively. And in the meantime, Sharp has started to take the natural and the other main, so he's up 2 bases now. He still has a massive army at his rally point right there.
Yeah, these upgrades are a huge issue for Mind. His units are just way worse, and in this situation, Sharp just needs to keep trading units because he's so far ahead economically, and this carpet bomb all over the tanks of Mind will, again, any trade is really good for Sharp because he's rich, man. He's got so many bases. Mind is on just 4 bases. He will mine out soon in his main. Sharp is like just in firm control of this match, and the only way I can see this going south for Sharp is if maybe Mind goes for like a Doom drop onto Sharp's main, or if Mind somehow drops bottom left and denies these 2 bases relatively soon here.
Yeah, I think that's the move that Mind has to look for, is he's got to get these bottom bases. He's got to at least get onto the high ground here so that he can cut them off. But there's just so many dropships for Sharp. Like, he's got double starport, so that's why you see he has 5 dropships already. He only loses 1 of them right there. This was a denied drop. And because the tank count and Sharp is at max, there's no way Mind can really, you know, push through the center while all this is happening.
Yeah, Sharp's TVT is just so good, honestly. He always plays so well, and I don't really see an opening here for Mind. He's loading up these dropships. Sharp has his own dropship, so in this case, Sharp just has to, you know, recognize all I need to do is just defend my opponent's drop. So if he can scan, find these drops, and just mirror the movement with his own, but actually he's just going to go for an attack himself.
Well, Mind is going for the move that you're talking about, trying to deny the bottom left base. Oh, actually, he's going to this bottom position. I guess he wants to take that as his 5th base, but he's lost control over the center. Sharp, I'm sure, is going to unsiege in a second and try and retake it himself. There he goes.
Look at those upgrades, man. 3-2 against 1-0. This is just completely disastrous for Mind. I mean, his units are just awful. Like, especially 20 minutes in when your tanks aren't two-shotting your opponent's tanks. And Sharp could just A-move. Like, he doesn't even need the siege.
Well, Mind's shadowing the dropships very well. He's got back to his high ground to try and fortify this position. But like you said, the upgrades are the big issue. He needs to at least get +2. I mean, that's just such a huge swing in his favor. But I don't even know if he rebuilt his armory or anything.
The problem is also when you have these like drop versus drop plays. In the moment where you're dropping or counter dropping your opponent's drop, right? Like when the 2 drops drop on top of each other, the units are shooting. Like it's not just siege tanks firing. So these upgrades come into play tremendously. Like Mind's units are just going to be garbage in those situations. So it's just so, I mean, Mind is just, he's just kind of screwed, man. I don't see a way out of this.
Yeah, it's kind of gotten too far gone for him at this point. And the main reason it's gotten too far gone is if you look at his gas compared to Sharp, Sharp is a massive tank. And Mind's basically mined out on his 3 gases. Okay, this is the move that this has to win the game, and it did not get in. So I think that we're probably going to see one last-ditch effort, maybe to bottom left. But all Sharp has to do is just hotkey every scanner, scan the entire map, just keep following these dropships, and this is his game to take. Even loses a factory.
Sharp's too clean, man, and he keeps expanding. I mean, I think he just completely outplayed Mind this game. And that happens, you know, that's not necessarily saying Sharp would
Oh.
win in the next games, but he's just been so dominant.
Yeah, and this is what I was hoping mine could do, you know, a few minutes ago, actually get onto the high ground, which he's done, but it doesn't deny any bases. It may, okay, I guess it technically denies bottom middle, but there's still 6 other bases for sure.
Yeah, I mean, look at Sharp's bank.
It's huge.
Yeah, it's like he's like Protoss. He's like role playing as Protoss versus Terran here. So he can just, I mean, again, like these trades could go poorly, but they're not. He's just unloading all over these tanks and killing even more supply. I mean, mine's just kind of extending this game, but it's not. It's to no avail. I mean, this is totally lost for blue.
There it is.
GG gets called.
Wow, GG comes out and Sharp crushed it. You can see why. He's got one of the highest win rates in TVT. And, you know, it kind of just snowballed from the beginning, getting 3 SCV or 4 SCV kills with his first Vulture. There was no counterplay to that. Mind had good counterattacks with the Vultures, but he could never recover that gap. Faster third base for Sharp, faster factory, faster armory, faster everything. And he just never let that lead slide.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at this game and look at Sharp's smile in that promo picture, man. He just outplayed Mind, honestly. So really just dominant performance. I mean, again, it's just one game. You know, that doesn't necessarily say if they played another game, Mind can be competitive. But if I had to just look at this game as like a a case study or like a cross section of like what their skill levels are, I mean, Sharp looks just better. And he didn't really do anything special this game either. Like he just completely outplayed Mind.
Yeah, he was on top of it. This is the first Vulture that I was referencing. Gets in here, denies the SCV. Mine got somewhat lucky here that this factory does not have an add-on going because the Vulture pops out pretty quickly, so he actually is able to shut down the Vulture eventually, but 3 SCVs in the beginning. This is devastating damage. I mean, if you look at the worker count, Sharp's actually only up just 1 at that point, but the command center got delayed for, 30 seconds or so. It was a big win for him.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not convinced. That was a huge moment, obviously, but I'm not convinced that that's the reason why, for example, Sharp's third command center was so much faster as well, and everything else came so much better for him. That was obviously huge, though. But yeah, Sharp's gonna win the first game here.
Yep, and we're going to be going into a break, and then we'll be back with our ZVP, which is Action versus Snow. All right, we are back. We're about to get into our second game of the day, Snow versus Action, as you can see right there. Sharp already waiting in the winner's match, Mind in the loser's match. And this should be a good series. Action, absolute god in ZVP, but Snow really killing it these days. Despite me saying he's really good at ZVP, that's his worst matchup, surprisingly.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Action's just a really good player, and Zergs generally, traditionally, in these tournaments have been the Banes. You know, they're the ones that take out the Protosses. Protosses are the ones that take out the Terrans. Terrans are the ones that take out the Zergs. So that rock, paper, scissors that has kind of prefaced or has followed StarCraft history. But yeah, this is going to be an interesting matchup here for Snow, and I'm really curious to see how well he plays in PvZ.
Well, people were saying on Team Liquid that if Snow can avoid Zerg, he's got a good shot. You can see why they want him to avoid Zerg, because it's also his worst matchup, 38%. But like we were saying, he's really hot these days. He, at least in my opinion, innovated the switch up of the upgrades. You know, no longer just rushing +1, +2, +3 weapon, mixing in armor upgrades. I've even seen him mix in plasma shield upgrades a few times. He's also someone that, just like yesterday, where I was thinking Shuttle was on a low probe count in the PvT, this guy right here in PvZ, like 50's the cap. Like, he'll just sit on 45 to 50 probes, have a massive maxed out army, and he just trades so effectively. It's really tough to deal with him in the mid and late game because of how big his army is.
Yeah, like, it's very well, the game is ready here, and both players are in the lobby, so let's just get into it. Action versus Snow for game number 2 in Group D.
So in the mid right, in the green, in the red, we have Action.
And in the blue, well, Protoss, it's Snow. Yeah. Well, yeah, what I was gonna say is is the screen fine, by the way? Like,
let me reload this, because it seems like the screen's off just a little bit.
Yeah, I wonder if that's so weird. I wonder if that's on the official stream as well, like the green stream.
Let me check, because it is weird.
I was talking about Snow. I was gonna say Snow. It's kind of misleading, his stats in PvZ, because his PvZ is actually really, really, really good, and he's a macro monster. So, oh, is it maybe? Did you like zoom in?
I did hit a key on VLC.
It could be, I think, if you like control and use your mouse wheel or whatever.
No. What did I do?
I'm gonna...
Oh, that's not the right button.
Oh. It could be negative, like on your minus on your keyboard.
I'm trying to fix it right now.
We're not missing too much. It's
okay, I fixed it. Yeah. I just gotta share you. All right, we should be good now.
Yeah, we're back.
Yeah, in the break, I was trying to get some dust out of my keyboard, and I hit a key. And as soon as I did it, I noticed the screen shifted. I was like, uh-oh.
Yeah, I think you probably hit the plus or minus or whatever. Yeah. And that's okay, man. Next time, IT WizJip will think about it faster.
Yeah, you're my guy.
I was Googling frantically, you know.
Well,
I thought it was either control like mouse wheel, or control like minus or plus or something. But
well, I'm not sure exactly. For those of you out there, I'm using VLC. I was hovering around the ASDF keys, so I don't know which one did it. But look at this. Now that's an interesting third base. That's really far away.
Yeah, Zergs usually they don't take the close third like you would anticipate them to, as in first action it would be this top right where the Zealot is going, and sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. But in this other one that's at the 5 o'clock here, it's tucked away, and the SimCity is much better for the Zerg player, so they do tend to take that one instead.
Well, we'll see what Action wants to do with this. You know, it seems far away to the point that maybe you can't do like a Hydra bust, you know, like just because of how far it is. But maybe I'm wrong. You know, Action, as people were saying, does a lot of mind games. He could be thinking like, oh.
Yeah, I mean, Hydra bust can come from anywhere.
Yeah,
they can
that
be
is
from
true.
Across. They can be from the moon. They walk
still works.
And crawl their way there. Snow with the gate expand. Unfortunately, wasn't paying too close attention to what the openings were. You know, more specific than just gate versus overpull here. But Snow putting a lot of pressure. The Zealots don't get behind the middle lines, and actually, this is really good defense from Action. Oh my God, he just killed the Zealots for free. What?
Yeah, 2 Zealots for free. Did no damage. There's also a lot of Lings left over, so he doesn't have to rebuild those for the future Zealots either. And Probe could be taken down pretty soon. Action has 100 gas. Oh, he's already spent it on the lair. Probe.
And Snow's looking... That's not a good sign if you're a Snow fan. But lair starting super fast here for Zerg. Zerg basically gets gets so much breathing room when something like that happens, because they can use the resources on lair immediately, and you know, Snow has made a lot of Zealots, so that's definitely affecting his core timing. And whenever Zerg gets this fast Spire timing as well, the Stargate is on the way, so not completely disastrous there for Protoss, but I mean, losing the first two Zealots like that, it really hurts.
Yeah, like you said, the Stargate timing is still great. The Zealot timing, or the Zealot count, is still high, sitting at 4 despite losing those 2, and we're only at the 5-minute mark. I like the Ling spread, first to scout for, you know, hidden tech, you know, hidden Zealots also, and maybe, you know, sneaky secondary probe. Now the Spire's coming in, but Stargate is pretty far along. He should be able to at least get 1 Overlord kill. We've got already 5 more Zealots moving out, and there's double cannon behind this. These Lings, I don't think can, you know, go for a counterattack and run by the cannon or kill them. So he does need to just shadow these Zealots and try and deal with them.
Yeah, and 5 Zealot timing here. Good move out, but Snow will not commit entirely. He wants to keep these Zealots alive, obviously. Since he's on... Basically, when Protoss makes Zealots off of just 1 gate, they can't afford additional gateways. So he can't... Okay, nice Ling run by there, actually. But he wants to keep the Zealots alive, obviously, for his Citadel timing. But now that Action actually committed the Zerglings instead of the base, that's going to prompt Snow to attack, because then Action needs to make even more Lings to defend.
Yeah, but this was a really good counterattack. He's already gotten, what is it, 3 probes? And at the same time, Snow was like retreating back to his main, so it wasn't like he had an instant counter. In fact, he still hasn't even gotten across the map just yet. So it gives Action time to build these Lings. He doesn't have enough to engage just yet, but he's got a pretty decent SimCity down here. I actually think Snow might bleed off these Zealots without a good trade again.
Yeah, but there is no sunk here, and the Zealots can kind of hang back behind the mineral line. And this Corsair has killed 2 Overlords, so the Stargate timing was really good there. Protoss is putting a lot of pressure now. Cannot afford to lose that Corsair, but he does. And, well, let's see how these Zealots trade at the bottom. I think +1 is going to be kicking in any time now. It is 7 minutes in.
Yeah, another Zealot gone. He's getting some good effective trades right here in between this corridor. This is well done, but the first Hydra out is going to say, hey, you're going to have to actually engage now because I'll be able to range you from a distance. And so he goes for it. He gets 1 drone. Can he get another one? The answer is yes, he gets another one. That Zealot at the bottom, heroic, trying to hold the line by himself, but eventually gets taken down. The first Sarah also got killed by Scourge, and that could be dangerous, you know, if there was a Muta switch. But so far, it looks like it is just going to be Hydras.
Yeah, 5 hatch Hydra. Zerg generally has 2 options, going for the 6 hatch 5 Muta play, or getting, a couple Hydras right now, and then shoring up their defense, and then going to 6 hatcheries. But honestly, that was probably worth it, even though the Corsair died for Snow, because he did kill 2 Overlords, which is, a big deal, and he did put a lot of pressure, delayed the 6th hatch significantly, and doesn't have to deal with Mutalisks. So I think Protoss is in a really good spot right now.
Yeah, Protoss is definitely in a good spot. Got the first DT out, sniping all these lanes. 2 of them realize and will actually walk away with their lives. But Action's building up a high Hydra count. And it is, what? Is it 5 hatch? I think it is just 5 hatch. Oh, there's the 6 hatch. Okay, there we go.
Yeah, and Action's going to have to drone up heavily here to 45 drones. So it is going to take a couple cycles. But he does have enough Hydras to defend against these Zealots. And honestly, that's the one downside from Snow's constant aggression in the early game, is he does not have a bank of Zealots, right? He kept trading them before speed, before +1 kicked in, which is giving Zerg a lot of space here now to just sit on a couple of Hydras and just drone into that macro gameplay. Now, it looks like Snow is still going to bank Corsairs. Obviously, doesn't want to deal with Mutalisk switch in the mid game. And yeah, I mean, from here, both players are just going to macro up.
And he's ramped up his gateway count pretty high. That is 8 gates for him. I've seen games of Snow where his econ doesn't get disrupted. He goes up to 10 gate. But because of that Ling run by, maybe can't afford additional gates right now. But either way, 8 is still quite a lot. He's got about a 20 supply lead. Unless I missed something, I didn't really see many Templars, if at all. At least not just yet.
He has a couple at the natural. I think he had like 3 or something.
Okay.
Protoss should be pretty happy with this game state. I mean, whenever Protoss doesn't die in the early game and isn't, threatened by getting busted. Okay, actually, Snow's gonna commit here with the Zealots, a very risky proposition. Oh. But given the fact that Action took this base, it's very hard for him to reinforce it.
Was that a lurker morph or something right there to try and body block for...
That's a lot of Overlords, man.
Yeah, and the DT's here, and there's no Overlords. The DT... Oh, there is one Overlord, and Snow is smartly going to back off. But that was good damage.
Yeah, Snow played that beautifully. I mean, whenever you see Protoss go for anything like that, you're kind of scared, because if Protoss overcommits there and loses all his Zealots, there goes most of his army supply. And then Zerg has free reign to go for something like a contain. But smartly, Snow recognized, well, when Zerg expands here so far away from their natural, the Hydras will take a long time to come and reinforce this. So Snow taking so much, just doing so much damage, killing so many Overlords. Zerg's in a lot of trouble, Nyoken.
Yeah, I'm getting worried for Action. Not that his army is small, it's pretty decent, but what I'm most worried about is he took this 4th base, and it just seems far away from half of his production, right? Like, half of his production is at bottom middle. How does it ever get together if there's a massive attack to top right? That is a lot of lurkers. I did not see an observer just yet, and it seems like Snow also spotted the lurkers and knows that he can't attack, so instead, he's just going to build a 3rd Nexus.
Yeah, and honestly, whenever Zerg can't rely on their contain, it feels kind of bad, if the game plays such that Zerg can get a contain on, for example, or in this map for Zerg to set up on Protoss's high ground, they're in a really good spot. But now Action's going to have to basically play defensively, which means Protoss can take a 3rd base with no problem. Oh my god!
He found the jackpot! He's gotten so many Overlords. Those Overlords, by the way, were positioning like I thought he might have drops. Like, he has a lot of lurkers, so I don't know if he can afford all that. Why find some more Overlords, dude? This is falling apart for Action. His supply is still fine, 116 to 145, but he's, lost maybe 8, 9 Overlords at this point?
Yeah, Snow looked a bit shaky at the start there with the Zealot harass, but now kind of feeling like he's found his stride, and he's playing beautifully here. Just super standard, super solid, with the Corsair movement as well. Action just hasn't really had time to breathe this game.
These lurkers are pretty clumped, by the way. Storm could do devastating damage. That's a good Storm. That's about as good as you're going to get. versus someone of Action's caliber. He gets 2-3 lurkers right there, a couple of hydras, snow supply shooting way up. I thought he had drops, like I said, when I saw the overlords like there, I was like, that looks like he could have drops. And this is a move that Action does like to do. In the last season or the season before that, he did a lot of drop plays, specifically versus Best. Looks like that's a lurker drop that got immediately shut down, but I think now that kind of gave away the strategy. You can see Snow's now starting to build more cannons. He moved some more units into position in his main.
Yeah, Snow's reacting beautifully to this, and just the fact that he continued to make Corsairs to have them as leverage for counter drop play, counter mutalist play. And now Action, well, he does have a nice surround here. Snow, I think, doesn't want to overstay his welcome because he is getting flanked on all sides, and Proxy really needs to be in a ball, but the Zealot's reinforcing, surrounding the lurkers.
Yeah, but I think Protoss is going to win this fight, and there's more. What are these overlords doing? Okay, they're completely out of sync with the army. If the Sairs are chasing them, by the way, so he's about to be massively supply blocked. Okay, there's luckily some stuff loaded up, but not very much. Goodbye 5 overlords. More overlords coming. Zerg is relentless here.
Yeah, but I mean, Protoss cannot afford to lose units. They really have to remain efficient throughout these trades. I think, though, Action is running out of steam, but it is on the +2 power spike, as the observer showed. So that's why the units from Protoss are actually falling, and most of the supply is caught, you know, tied up in Corsairs, and all of a sudden, I don't know, I think Protoss overstayed his welcome in the middle of the map.
Yeah, Protoss may have overstayed. There's an Archon that's going to be denied. Action still down 15 supply, but it's much better than it was a moment ago. Like you said, a lot of supply in the Corsairs. There's so many lurkers being morphed. Has Action actually taken it back this game?
It's just so crazy what Zerg can do in this matchup. I mean, it looked like Zerg had no business being in the game, 150 supply to 110, but when the +2 kicked on the Hydras, and that's what I was looking, you know, Protoss, you can never get too complacent with your army. It just gets melted. You have to be super careful. And he took that fight in the middle of the map. He was getting surrounded on all sides and just grinding it down. Action did, and now he's pushing into the third.
Yeah, and there's no observer, so those lurkers are doing a lot of damage before they got stormed. The Corsairs actually may die at this point now, which is obviously a big loss. I think they are. The Hydras were focusing. I think he's down to 1 Corsair. So Action really bringing it back, but the production is really kicking in for Snow. He's gotten like 10 gates at least now. I just see so many blocks of blue in his main. I guess Action did lose a couple overlords now. Now he's supply blocked. There's something going on in the center of that high ground. Are those actually all the Corsairs?
I think those are Zealots. Action is completely all in, though. Yeah. He hasn't droned up at all. And I think this attack is about to fizzle out. I mean, Protoss was in such a commanding lead. It's kind of shocking to see him get pushed back this far back. But now finally regaining control, and that's PvZ for you. It can end in... I mean, the swings in this matchup are crazy.
Yeah, it is crazy. And that's exactly why Snow in particular always has a low probe count, because you need to win the fight. Zerg can just build so many units so quickly that it can just easily swing in Zerg's favor, like you saw. And as you mentioned, despite Action being on 4 bases, he didn't drone top right at all. So he's 4 base with no drones there, and now Zealots are in his 3rd base. Protoss survived, and now Protoss is on the counter-offensive.
Yeah, I gotta say the SimCity from Action is actually sick. He's used that lurker egg block a couple times now, but he will not be able to defend against this push onto the 4th, and GG, that's it. Action had a 1 timing. He tried to hit it on his +2 power spike. You know, once Zerg gets to 4 bases, they want to get up to, like, you know, 55 drones. So 45 drones is the 3 base kind of drone saturation. 55 drones is the 4 base, meaning just a whole cycle of drones. But he didn't go for it. He just went super aggressive, again, on his +2. And it almost worked, man. And Snow had a huge lead going into the mid game, mind you.
Yeah, I mean, it really looked like Snow was just going to easily overrun after he killed all those overlords. I thought there's no way Action can recover, but Action, like I was saying earlier, he's just somehow macros really crazy in the mid game, almost pushed Snow back. It really did look like he was going to break the Protoss, but the defense from Snow too good. Actually, Snow's probe count was higher than I'm used to seeing, 54, but, you know, it's still relatively low. Good drone count for action too, 48 drones, that's all you really need. And this is where it started looking really dicey, especially there was no observer here. I thought, wow, he's actually done it.
Yeah, but also Zerg, I think at this point had the option to just commit to the contain on the high ground, though that would have given Snow so much time to just pump units out of his gateways, and I don't know if he was going to be able to maintain it. Again, Zerg was so far behind before this happened, right? Like we were talking about how Protoss was 150 supply against 110, which is a massive, massive discrepancy,
Yeah.
even in this matchup.
Yep, so well done from Snow. He's going to be facing off versus Sharp in the winner's match. Action, of course, not out of it. He'll be facing Mind in the bottom side, but it's always going to be very difficult to come from the loser's match. But yeah, this was a very exciting game. I thought that those two zealots that, in the beginning Snow did no damage with, I was like, oh wow, I've seen this before. Zerg's just going to run away with it, but he recovered quite well.
Yeah, and that was scary for a second, but Snow looked really solid. I mean, he did donate the first two zealots for free and bounce back from that. So looking good for him heading into the next match. It is going to be against Sharp. It is going to be PVT. So he's got to be feeling really good.
Yeah, and I'm feeling. You still see it?
I still see the stream.
Yeah. All right, we are back. I don't know what's going on with my setup this morning. I'm going to have IT guy come in here and help me later, but Sharp versus Snow as our winner's match. You got any thoughts on this? You think Sharp can take down Beast Mode Snow?
Well, I don't know. I mean, yesterday I was talking about how there's no way Shuttle would ever win versus Light, and then it happened. I mean, I kind of have the same feeling here, but there's just no way. I don't think. I mean, Snow's just so dominant in PvT. I think it's gonna be very hard for Sharp. But who knows? I mean, Sharp has had really good performances recently.
He has been doing well, and people on Team Liquid seem to think that he's kind of at the top of his game right now. But I agree, it's going to be really hard, especially versus someone like Snow, who went 13-1 in the StarCastTV Star League, and he went through all of the best Terran versus Protoss players. So it is going to be an uphill battle. If Sharp makes it out, all of a sudden it makes the group really crazy, because now you have Snow, who's kind of vulnerable PVZ, right? If he gets a rematch versus Action could strike back. As I stated earlier, Mind in his ASL run, what was it, last season or 2 seasons ago, he was crushing through all the Protoss players. He's not an easy opponent.
Yeah, but was he crushing through Snow?
Yeah, he wasn't crushing through Snow. I don't think he played Snow. But still, man, it would be a cool dynamic if Sharp was to make it out here.
I mean, we're hurting for Terrans. The only Terran that has made it so far into the run of 8 is Rush. So he's probably going to be feeling a bit lonely up there. Sharp has a nice chance here. But against Snow, I think unlikely. I think if Sharp makes it out of the group, it's probably going to be playing Action or Mind in the next series. But looks like we have a break here. So we'll be back in a bit, I think.
All right, we are back. We're about to get into our winners match, which is going to be TVP. It is Sharp versus Snow. We just saw Sharp beat Mind, and now Snow took down Action.
Yeah, and well, I'm excited to watch Snow play some PvT, as I think many people are. It is the poor victim here is going to be Sharp, but maybe he has some fight in him. Again, Sharp is the seed going into this group, and he did win that seed by winning the wildcard tournament, comprised of all the players that made the round of 8 last season. So he can definitely do it, but it is going to be hard here against Snow.
Yeah, I'd really like to see a Terran just risk it all, like go BBS in the center to like tell this guy like, hey, you can't just 12 Nexus every game. Like in the StarCast
Command Center first.
Okay, or Command Center first, either one. In the StarCast Starling, nobody was willing to go for a move like that, and I think Snow like 50% of the time legitimately went 12 Nexus. Like he never got punished for it. So I'm hoping Sharp can have something special planned, because if he just plays normal, it's gonna be really, really tough.
Yeah, I agree with you. Players are ready though. Lobby is made. 시작 합니다.
Indeed.
Let's get into it.
Okay, in the top right, we do have our Terran. It is Sharp.
Nice save there. Top left. It is Protoss Snow.
Had to wait to make sure I didn't get baited there. So we've got Retro here, horizontal spawns, very close rush distances. See a lot of Terrans do a lot of pressure plays, you know, of abusing the fact that they have the high ground third base there. You know, they can start leapfrogging tanks or pushing quite easily with Vultures and Marines.
Yeah, and I'm curious to see how Snow will play, how, you know, what build order he will choose. I would be surprised, honestly, if he goes for something like a 12 Nexus.
I wouldn't be surprised either. It's a 4-player map.
I would be surprised.
Oh, you would be surprised.
You
would be surprised. Okay, yeah. Well, we'll see. I wouldn't be surprised. 4-player map. It seemed like Snow, anytime he got a 4-player map, was going 12 Nexus quite often. Unfortunately for me, I don't get my wish of BBS in the center.
It's never gonna happen, man.
It'll happen. When you least expect it, it'll happen.
Mm-hmm. It's just not the Terran away. There you go, gateway in the main. And yeah, I mean, there's no reason to take a risk here. I think if you're Snow.
Oh, thank you, sir. Thank you indeed. Shout out to that guy. Thank you so much for supporting StarCastTV. Yeah. You're great.
That guy looks like an absolute baller.
I know.
Did you see those shades?
I saw him, dude.
Clean cut beard. God damn.
Manly man right there.
Absolutely. And that's why he watches StarCast.
Indeed. You got Gypsy here, Chad Terran, and he's a Chad in real life.
Yeah.
Well, go ahead.
Yeah. No, I have nothing to say, man.
I was going to say, both players got unlucky here. Neither player going to scout first. Both scouted
So you also had nothing to say.
What do you mean? I'm talking about the scouting. They're scouting nothing here. They're in the dark.
Well, yeah. I mean, both players also opening with very standard build orders. I'm kind of surprised. Snow, usually, I think players tend to scout towards their expansion. So, like, in this case, Snow would have been scouting clockwise, but he opted to go counterclockwise. And that's not going to work out for him. And Snow also with the fast core here, I'm not sure if he actually made a Zealot. I wasn't paying attention. Oh, I don't think so.
Marine going to push back this probe. I don't really think too much about the vertical or horizontal scout for Protoss. Like, it seems like every player has their own distinct scouting patterns. The only thing I do notice is when they cross scout, like Shuttle did yesterday, which we don't see this time. And Sharp, unfortunately, you know, out of all the games we've seen of TVP, almost every single time they do an in-scout. This time he doesn't in-scout, and he's going to find Snow last.
Yeah, well, he met the probe at the bottom at You know, that's why you should never really try and metagame the scout timing from Protoss. Because it can come out any time. Protoss can do Pylon Scout, Gateway Scout, I don't know, Nexus Scout. So you can't really tell, and that's a lot of damage to be putting onto this SCV, but it will get to see the Nexus. If he is paying attention, he can see how far along the Nexus is and kind of deduce that this was a no-range expand. And, well, that means Terran doesn't need to get the bunker out. He can go for a kind of pressure move with a couple Marines and a Vulture.
Yep, this was a really good read from Sharp to figure that out, despite not getting much intel. Now he's going to build the bunker simply because, you know, second goon could be on the way. It could have already gotten, or it could have snuck by the gateway. Vulture's going to get out into the map now, lay some mines most likely. Robo follow-up as expected from Snow.
I mean, I think this is a bit of a misstep here for Sharp. He doesn't need this bunker. There was no second goon. His SCV saw like everything, and I don't think he actually paid attention to how fast the Nexus was coming. And generally here, the standard follow-up is to go for, you know, like a 2 Vulture, 4 Marine with mines, like pressure. And instead, he's going to get this tank, I think. And Snow will be totally fine against this.
Well, I want to know what Sharp's follow-up is, because there's no second factory. Of course there is now. Yeah, I said there wasn't, so there it is. It just appears out of nowhere. And yesterday we saw Rush go for a 3-fact. You know, it was a little bit of a different scenario where he got gassed on and then went into a 3-fact, but we'll see if Sharp wants to pull out something similar here. Vulture's laying mines, denying that third base at mid-left. That's most likely going to be a starport or an eBay. That's a really fast eBay. Are you surprised at that eBay timing?
Yeah, that's pretty standard.
5-minute eBay? Okay.
Yeah. 5:25. I mean, maybe he put it down just 5 seconds earlier, but this is looking really well. I mean, it's not really standard because these days Terrans don't go 2-factory, and not in the way that Sharp is doing it. It's a very weird way that he's doing this 2-fact, because generally the 2-fact, it's like with the Vulture Flood and like 3 tank push. But I've noticed this has been Sharp's kind of go-to style for years now. Like whenever I watch him play, he always plays like this. He doesn't like going 1-factory armory. He just gets the 2nd factory to get a couple more units. And honestly, it's just not meta, you know. I don't think it doesn't strike me as optimal, but it's fine. You know, and he's getting his turrets up as well on time, so he's going to be fine here against whatever Protoss is doing.
Well, I think versus someone like Snow who loves to drop, whether you get additional Goliaths out of that factory or Vultures, both of those are going to be helpful. You know, meta these days from Terrans is to lay a lot of mines in their main, just like that. And now, when the shuttle eventually comes in, Snow's got to be very diligent with it to make sure that he doesn't take free damage. Here it comes.
Yeah, and this was a 1-gate Reaver, so super quick shuttle, but Sharp did get the turrets out like as soon as he possibly could, so he is going to be safe. I mean, both players playing well. Sharp is going to be happy that he got his defense up, but he has no Goliath yet.
Yep.
This is a huge mistake, honestly.
I was thinking he might unload his bunker to try and help here. Is there an opening? Oh, Snow's going to find the opening in the mineral line.
Of course Snow's going to abuse the fact that there's no Goliath. I mean, generally you have a Goliath with double tank, but here he has triple tank.
He got the goon. That tank was really far away, and it still splashed that goon. And he didn't lose any. I guess he lost an SCV, and he forced a pull, but... Oh, he caught the shuttle. Actually, this is stuck.
Goliath also.
Yeah, this is stuck. How's he going to get out now? He's obligated to fight. Really good retreat micro right there. Really good retreat micro again. Still didn't lose the Goliath. That's perfect defense, really. That's as good as it can possibly go.
Well, that Reaver did cause a lot of mining time disruption, actually. So, you know, strangely looking at that, it doesn't look like the worst thing for Protoss, even though he lost Shuttle Reaver. So you would expect Terran to get some kind of compensation, but he wasn't mining that entire time.
Yeah, it was a lot of lost mining time, but anytime you can get rid of not just Reaver, but also the shuttle, that's really expensive loss for Snow. In response, Snow has taken his mid-left third base. I wonder if Sharp will flood factories knowing that he eliminated that. Okay, he did. He's going 4-fact. SCV is set up like it might put down a 5th fact also.
Yeah. And I mean, this is going to be very difficult for Protoss because I think he went for the speed build since his Nexus was really late. And that means that he has to rebuild this shuttle, which is a lot of resources, and build up the Reavers as well. And that's going to cut into his gateway timing, which is going to cut into his overall ground army. And Terran basically gets to keep these early Goliaths, gets to keep all the tanks. And so when Terran's push comes out, Protoss is just going to have less than what they should have. And Terran's going to have those Goliaths plus range to deal with the shuttle. So I think Terran has everything they need to execute a nice, solid 5-fact attack.
Yep, SCV moving to the right side. Gets immediately denied by this goon. Maybe he's looking to expand instead of do a timing. If we look at Sharp's comp, it's like pure tank Goliath right now. He has a lot of high-tech units right there. Probe transferred to mid-left, so that's going to get up and running for Snow. He started to build some more gateways in his main. I think he's at 6 or 7. I didn't see Citadel, though, so I think it's just pure goon Reaver at this point.
Yeah, and well, Snow's going to have to rely on his trademark micro. We've seen Mini just out of control with his shuttle micro, so we'll see if Snow can do something similar, but he has to defend with really solid micro here. Like, this Reaver has to pull its weight because basically Protoss has, what is that, like 6 gateways, and they're late versus the 5-fact constant production from Terran. The X factor is this shuttle plus Reaver, but Terran has 4 Goliaths in range.
Yep, and he is slowly pushing here. I did not see an additional SCV go towards the right side. Maybe he's looking to push while also expand to top middle. That's going to be a pretty hard base to defend, though. It's so close to Protoss, but it does have high ground. Kuhn's going to try and pick off this tank, but I think he's going to lose a lot, and he also gets... Well, he almost got surrounded by vultures.
Yeah, Sharp can't give too much respect here to Protoss. He needs to just kind of keep pushing and keep going. It looks like he's gonna okay, well, Terran had 2 options, to go through the middle of the map or to go through this 12 o'clock, and he's gonna pick this 12 o'clock, but that means all of his units are gonna funnel through these ramps. It's gonna be difficult to get to Protoss's natural, but I mean, he has an obvious timing here.
Yep. And this is what I was talking about in the beginning, where if Terran can get on high ground like this, the pushing power is immense. Like, this is a really strong army for Terran. That shuttle is pretty low. It's like a little lower than half health. So the shuttle needs to be careful.
The shuttle's doing so much damage, man.
I know, it's crazy. And look how he just instantly unloads the Zealot and then just pops a tank.
I mean, he's just completely punishing the fact that Sharp went, oh my god, like, he's just single-handedly stopping this push with 1 Reaver and shuttle, completely punishing the fact that Sharp chose to go for that ramp area. And Snow, he's microing 2 shuttles, man. He's got 2 shuttles with 2 Reavers.
Yeah, each shuttle has a different Reaver. I didn't even know he had that one. He stops reinforcement. He kills off another tank.
Insane.
He's crazy, man. He just stops everything. Now, actually, this is kind of an isolated army. Remember, Protoss is on like 8 gates. If he's got speed, I think he can just run in here. He's going to go... That's still a lot of tanks. Good Reaver shot. Oh, that's a massive mine hit.
Yeah, but Snow, he's a master at this, man. He's insane how he clinically dismantles these mid-game attacks from Terran, even though Terran has Goliaths and range and tanks and siege. Snow just perfectly spacing his shuttle. Okay, his Reavers are not firing that time. And look at how, even though Protoss is playing out of his mind, Terran is still here, man.
Yeah, he's pushing really hard, and Snow, he's lost the setup where he's denying reinforcements. Now Terran has a massive contain +1 kicked in. I don't think Protoss has enough anymore. Oh, he sniped the mine, so it didn't trigger on his own tanks. And look at the SimCity, it's backfiring. Did Sharp do it?
Well, Protoss counterattacking in the natural, but it looks like Terran's reinforcements. Oh, that mine connected, though, poorly for Terran, actually. The bunker still has the Marines, but now Terran is sieging Protoss's natural, and are we going to see Snow go down here in the first game?
Oh, the mine! Oh, that's a huge hit. 2 tanks die, but still the tank count is huge. There's no Reaver anymore. The shuttle gets sniped again, and this might actually be it. There is still those goons outside of Terran's natural, so the reinforcements are still slow. Yeah, he can't get anything across the map, but if like any type of ultras can get to mid left, Sharp can potentially shut down the natural and that base at the same time. Oh man, another big mine hit, and the goons just come down so poorly from the ramp. Sniping the Reaver. Can he get it?
That's it. Preuss is dead, man. And Sharp, I think.
Holy
Sharp
smokes!
Just completely smacked Snow. I mean, you know, it's this style that Sharp's using and that is trending lately from all the Terrans is meant to be the counter style to Snow's play.
Yep. You know, it's funny because when Cruiser was telling me about it, he even called it the anti-snow build. Like that's exactly what they're calling it. You just have an overwhelming amount of units, and the Reaver can't deal with it. And Sharp, he takes game one. When the game first started and I saw the spawns, I was thinking, this is it. Like, this is the dream spawn. You've got the close positions. You've got the high ground advantage. Like, if it was set up where it was vertical spawns, Sharp can't make that move. He can't be at your natural that quickly. So it was really well done, really great play from him. And I think it came down to that beginning Reaver. Like, he got no damage done other than the SCV pull.
Is that a Ferrero Rocher? Did you see that wrapper?
Look, he's pulling out a play from Russia's chocolate book right there.
Yeah. Yeah, but it's bougie, man. Rush, I feel like he eats just like those square chocolate, whatever, like maybe Swiss chocolates or something, but Sharp's pulling out the Ferrero Rocher, man, so you know he's ready.
Yeah, he's feeling it.
Yeah, that's so aggressive from Snow with his first shuttle, just slamming it deep into Terran's main, and he got punished for it. And I mean, he was holding on really well, but it's just so hard to stop six-fac with 6 gateways, like. And when there's so many Goliaths just shooting down all your shuttles.
Yeah. And now we're going into Citadel, another 4-player map. Wonder if Snow will try and play, you know, just a normal opener again. Will he go into Reaver? You know, actually something that Snow's been doing is he's been mixing up his play. He's not just playing Reaver carrier every game. He's going Arbor, he's going Storm, he's doing all bunch of styles, so you can't really counter him. But Sharp had a good counter the first game. Let's get into Citadel. We've got Snow in the top left.
Yeah, and Sharp in the bottom right.
Yep.
And
Gypsy, I gotta go aft for like a couple minutes, but I'll be back.
Okay, see ya.
Yeah, see ya. Verb.
It'll be just me and you guys in the chat. Finally solo casting. It's my big break here. Nyoken, don't tell him, but he's been getting on my nerves recently. Let's have a snowy day. Damn. There's a lot of foreigners. Yeah, Nyoken's been getting on my nerves recently because he just refuses to play World of Warcraft with me. Yeah, I've been trying to get him into Season of Discovery, but he just does not want to. And it's hurting my poor little heart. Yeah, and it's surprising, man. Is Sharp gonna be the one to usurp Snow? I mean, Snow, like Nyoken was mentioning in the StarCastTV Star League, Snow completely dismantled both Light and Rush, I think in 2 4-0 sets, which is mind-boggling to me. 2 4-0 sets, guys. And now we have Sharp, who, you know, by no accounts is, you know, he's not dominating the scene, and he completely smacked him that game. And you can see now Snow from game number 1, where he was playing very, you know, standard and safe with the in-base gate and the core expand. All of a sudden, he's changing gears here and going for that 12 Nexus, which can be risky, you know, when you get adjacent spawns and Terran goes for a factory expand, but luckily for him, somehow he knows. I mean, the first game, it was adjacent spawns, and he went gateway expand, or core expand, and now, second game, as soon as it's cross spawn, man, these Protosses, they know, man, they have a sixth sense of when to 12 Nexus. Now, Terran has a lot of counterplay options against this as well when it's cross spawn, so But Protoss is going to be happy with this, and he's going with the Cross Scout as well. So about as good of an opening as you can get as Protoss. And yeah, I mean, Snow's got to be a bit unsettled. It is uncharacteristic to see, especially when Protosses go for that speed shuttle opening off the 2 base. You know, it heavily delays your 3rd base. So it's a huge risk, even though I can understand. I mean, the shuttle saw no Goliath, and I think Snow just didn't really respect Sharp's defense there. He tried to get too much done with that first shuttle, and it just backfired on him. So, and you know, that's a pretty big disadvantage for Protoss. So I think this time around, Snow might be playing a bit more solid and more conservatively than in the first game. Sharp went for that end scout. Now he is going to finally see the bad news that this is a 12 Nexus. And what does he do with this SCV? Does he try and poke in? No, the Zealot is holding the ramp. Now Terran can bring the SCV back and maybe proxy a starport, but no, he is going to elect to commit to getting the SCV inside the main. That's going to get a lot of information because this Vulture is going to come. Very nicely timed Vulture in the front. Gateway gets placed down though. Snow is ready for this, man. Perfect hold hit there. What happened? Where's Snow's goons? They're so late. Okay, finally. One goon comes out. No range being researched by Snow. Second goon is out as well. Sharp did not get any probes here, and now his SCV is committed inside of the main, so he does not have the option to go for something like a starport, and instead Sharp is going for the second factory here. Again, this is like Sharp's own brand. He's the only Terran I see play like this, or have this kind of build order in TPP. I don't think it's particularly good, but it's definitely much easier to play because you just have a lot of units. So it's very forgiving, and sometimes that's kind of the style you need, especially in a tournament format here. But I mean, Protoss is massively ahead with this 12 Nexus. Generally, Terrans like to go starport because, well, there's not much Terran or Protoss can do. Oh, and this is it. It's gonna be 3 factory, and we saw this from Royal against Mini.
All right, I'm back. Knee high.
All right.
Yeah, 3 fact. We saw this. Well, we saw something sort of like this yesterday in Rush versus Shuttle. What was this? 12 Nexus from Snow, or is this just normal?
Are you telling me that you've been watching this whole time?
Well, I was just taking a guess. Was it actually 12 Nexus?
Yeah, it was 12 Nexus, and Sharp's going for this 3 fact. So I was gonna mention that he's basically going to do. I think he's gonna try and timing into the natural like Royal did against Mini, and Snow is gonna try and set up against the drops here. But surprise, surprise! You know, while the goons are in the main defending, Terran's gonna do an attack into the natural, I think.
What's this shuttle doing? Is it just escorting a probe to mid-left?
Yeah, you've never done that?
Well, I mean, actually, a lot of Protoss players are doing this, but, like, his support bay is not done. So, I don't know if he's trying to, like, fake Sharp out or what he's trying to do. But here comes the 3 tank push. Lots of Vultures already, 4 Marines. But I think Reaver should be out in time. But like you said, Protoss has goons set up in their main. There's not a lot of stuff actually at the front to defend. Observer, may actually miss this whole army.
Yeah, this is like a, you know, in the fighting game community, you would call this a 50-50. Is Terran going into the main, or is it going to the natural? And, well, will Snow be ready for this? Because this is a lot of units, and has Vultures plus speed and mines, probably siege on the way. So if Sharp gets into some kind of contain here on the natural, it would be devastating.
Yeah, and Snow just spent 400 minerals on a Nexus, which, from what I know, you know, this isn't StarCraft 2. You can't, what is it called, put the photon cannon or whatever on top of the Nexus to help you up. Yeah, the overcharge. However, the Reaver, I think, is out, and this doesn't look like enough DPS to me. That's good micro with the tank, but he just ran into goons and got immediately killed. Lots of Vultures here, though. Can they connect any mines? One ran into the main immediately. All the Marines are gone, so no more anti-air.
That's so many vultures, man. But actually, Snow, I think he's clean. He's holding on just fine. One vulture made it into the main, but got cleaned up without siege. I mean, if Terran had siege there, that could have been devastating for Protoss. But now, I mean, Protoss has so much space, and he's clearing a lot of these mines, and I think that's gonna be it for this attack. Protoss defended so well.
Yeah, that Reaver's extremely low though. If he unloads, I think even vultures can take him down. Vultures. Oh, the control is amazing. There we go. The Reaver actually does die. But there's just not a lot of firepower with this army. Like, there's one tank. Yes, mines are strong, but there's so many goons that he should be able to micro. The Nexus is done, by the way.
That was so scary, man. Honestly, like, when I saw all those vultures get on top of the goons, I think both players' butts clenched a bit, because it could go either way in that situation. You know, the mines connect, all the goons die, or nothing happens, and the Terran push gets completely stuffed. And honestly, Snow played really well there, microed perfectly, and held that, and now he's at a huge advantage.
Yeah, by the way, Terran just took their nat gas. Like, the refinery's still building. He's not even mining it. So Sharp, his tank count is going to be permanently low. I think the best thing he can do is maybe put down 2 more factories and just try and go for the Hail Mary. But, okay, well, there's one. But yeah, this is... If he tries to transition out of this, he's just going to have no map presence at all. Like, Snow could go carriers, he could take another base, he could literally do whatever he wants. I think that's smart to put down a factory and just try and hope that maybe he can get a massive mine connection.
Yeah, this game's just totally over. There's nothing Terran can do from this position, and now the Reaver's going to kill so many SCVs as well. Shuttle speed.
Only got one so far.
Snow, yeah, he didn't kill anything, but there's no mining happening for Terran, and Snow's on 3 base. Like, look at this supply disadvantage. Usually when Protoss goes for, like, shuttle, Reaver, speed, whatever, this type of build, the supplies are actually very close, because Protoss invests a lot into getting this tech. But, you know, this game, Protoss has more gateways, has more workers, has more units, everything.
Yep, Snow is going to just try and end this guy. He's going into Citadel, 8 gate, with a 4th base behind it, so he's still going to have Econ if it doesn't end up working out. But Sharp, he's in massive trouble. His tank count is basically non-existent. He has no control over the map at all. He's got just random 1 or 2 vultures running around the map, and he actually snipes the probe. Well, he gets a mine connection, but he needs a lot more than just that.
He needs a miracle. Sharp is on the back foot. Snow has so much stuff, and he's taking a 4th base. He's got a bunch of gateways as well coming in, so Snow's going to play this slowly. I mean, of course, this game's going to go on for a bit, but it can't really emphasize the lead that Protoss has in this position. I do wonder, will Snow try and go for a Stargate, or will he just keep pumping units out of these gateways? The core is spinning, mind you.
Yeah, I wonder if it's actually for weapon or if he's getting armor. For his shuttles, you know, armor for shuttles can actually be beneficial, but he only has 1 shuttle right now. If Sharp was actually able to survive, you know, an incoming attack, it is Citadel where you can get 4 bases actually pretty easily, but he needs to have really clutch defense to make that happen, of course.
Yeah. Well, waiting to see here this game kind of develop a bit more. Obviously, Protoss can't just go and attack just yet. Terran's sitting on 2 bases. It's kind of an impenetrable fortress. But honestly, Snow could even attack into this and still get a decent trade.
Yeah, 150 to 108. Terran's like just now getting to, you know, a number where they can trade effectively. The Vultures have done a decent job. Like, they've gotten as much damage as they can possibly get. They've picked off random probes left and right. He gets a couple more right there. I think that's Stargate in the top right corner of his base. Yep, there it is. Fleet Beacon. You knew it was coming, man. This is just such an overwhelming lead that you might as well go carriers.
Yeah, and I do wonder, seeing that Stargate, seeing the Fleet Beacon, is he even going to attack? I think we're probably going to watch Snow just delay and defend instead of going for a bust here. I would be shocked if he attacks. Well, I mean, I wouldn't be. He's so far ahead. He can do literally anything he wants, but I am surprised. He is gonna go for kind of the safe option, just getting carriers and sitting back.
Yeah, Sharp does have a lot of factories, so if he can like strike when Protoss only has 2 carriers, I could see Terran being around like 170 supply or something with 1-1 upgrades. That will be a fearsome army, but it's 3 Stargates, so it will get dicey real quick.
Yeah, I mean, we saw. Well, it wasn't really the same thing at all, but we. Oh,
we got both.
Okay, but I mean, look at the supply still.
Yeah, despite that 10 supply swing, it's still a 50 supply lead.
Well, it is gonna be just Gateway Man though. Zealot Goon versus the Terran mech army. So Terran can get a really nice trade here for sure.
Yep, I think because Snow has the carriers building, he's hesitant to actually engage there. I think that's wise. SCVs.
Yeah, 3 Stargates put such a huge time. I was going to mention, we kind of saw something similar in the Shuttle versus Light game, but it wasn't really similar at all. And Shuttle was pumping carriers off of 2 Stargate, which is a really slow pace. But 3 Stargates, it's 2 cycles to get 6 carriers, and 6 carriers is like a win condition for Protoss. So Terran has a huge clock on them.
Yep. By the way, just something that I noticed is just like yesterday, where Shuttle only had 2 bases mining gas, despite having the assimilator at mid left, Snow also not mining gas. And as I say that, he just moved his camera over there and put them on. I was thinking that he may not actually be able to afford that many carriers. We see that the first 3 are out. Is this going to trigger the move?
Well, he actually is only making 5 carriers right now. The 3rd Stargate is idle. And Snow, well, he's delaying as much as he can. This is looking kind of scary for Protoss, but he does have, I mean, he has 3 Stargate, he has 3 carriers out already.
Yeah, and I like how he just sacked a Zealot there to just splash these Goliaths, because he knows if he wins the Goliath battle, he's going to win with the carriers, right? Like, as soon as the Goliaths are gone, he's going to win. Here we go. We may finally have a big attack. The Goliath's desperately trying to get rid of that Reaver, but in the end, doesn't get it.
This is what Snow is so good at. And this is, like, such an area of the game. Like, you know, most of the time, people talk about a player's micro, a player's macro, but Snow, he's so good at skirmishing. You know, he knows exactly, like, all the trades here. All his units are in an arc perfectly, they're spaced out perfectly, but the one point of tension for Protoss is killing those Goliaths. Yeah, the most important unit in this situation.
And he always gets maximum damage with that Reaver. Like, that shuttle was so low, and it took this long to finally take down that shuttle. The Reaver is still getting off massive damage. That's 6 kills. Those are all, you know, Goliath Vultures tanks. Those are not SCVs. That's massive value for him. There's the 5 carriers that you were talking about. Sharp still has a fearsome army. It's still 150 supply. +1 or 1-1 has kicked in. But where are those carriers?
Man, I love watching Snow play. It's so surgical. It's so different from what we are used to seeing. You know, big Unga Bunga, like Terran macro, Zerg macro, Protoss macro, and just attack. And big armies fighting. It's this big skirmish style. Just a couple supply here for supply there, but surgical and efficient, you know, precise, just beautiful play from Snow. Now finally the carriers are out.
Yep, and what is it, 10 Goliaths versus 5 carriers? That's a little skimpy. I guess he is a little bit lucky that the carriers not all of them have full interceptors, but there are no vultures anymore. That's the real problem, because now the Zealots can just run rampant on these tanks, or he can just win with carriers. Like, he doesn't even need ground.
When I really think about it, like, this is a very, you know, you think about what is Protoss's identity compared to the other 2 races, as, you know, we're watching Snow just clean this up. And really, it's only Protoss that does this kind of skirmishing. You know, even in PvZ, when we watch Snow play, he does the same thing. He just sits there, takes a couple of units, storms, goes and cleans up 1 lurker, 2 lurker, and you don't really see this from the other races in the same way. So I think Snow, he really kind of uncovered the secret identity of Protoss, and like, just, it's so amazing. It's so awesome watching him play like that.
Yep, he really played to his patented style right there. And unfortunately, Sharp's 3 fact, I think the idea was good. The vultures almost got damage done, but the reaver timing, the goon timing just in general was just too crisp, not able to hit it when Snow was vulnerable. He even avoided the whole army. Like, Snow didn't even know it was coming, and it still didn't work out. So it was well done from Snow, good defense. And now, set 3, Dark Origin, this is for all the marbles.
Yeah, and I mean, Snow's going to be happy about this map. A very good map for Protoss. Let's get into it. The rubber match here between Snow and Sharp to decide who gets out first and who goes into the round of 8 from Group D. Is it going to be Snow? Is it going to be Sharp?
Righty in the bottom right. Can he do it? It is Sharp.
In the top left, the Protoss, Snow. Oh, Snow is killer on 2-player maps as well. Not quite as aggressive as Mini. I mean, Mini's insane. He's kind of the only one that does that shield battery rush.
Yeah.
But Snow, I mean, you know, his micro, his pro micro, his zealot micro, you know he's going to put on a lot of pressure. But I also have seen Snow often. This was in the past a bit more, but I have seen him go, and it seems like that's going to be the case here. He's probably going to go for a... No. Okay. I was going to say maybe a 12 Nexus no gas deal, but that's not going to be the case.
Yep, here's that pesky probe. You know, we've seen different Terrans deal with this differently. I think, was it JYJ or somebody recently just went and instantly took their gas, delayed their racks in favor of that. You know, you've got that option. I gotta say, that gate, I mean, that pylon, that is a unorthodoxly far forward pylon there. Like, it's not it's not low ground.
It's very like it's kind of an optimization thing because basically Snow wants to send the probe out as late as possible, but just in time to get the gas deal off.
Yeah. And
he doesn't want to use 2 probes. So in order to do that, you need to actually place the pylon there. Like, yeah, and to hit the mineral, the 100 mineral. So this is that's why the positioning looks awkward, but it's just an optimization thing.
Yep, and he does get that gas deal, and Sharp immediately went and scouted. And he's got, you know, 3 SCVs not really doing much for him. 2 of them repairing this single SCV.
Look at this micro, man. Like, he's never missing shots with this probe. The fact that Terrence has 2 SCVs idle from the moment the probe enters the base is insane.
And now he's about to have 4 more idle attacking that assimilator. So already devastating damage from a single probe. Snow behind this, he's just doing what you normally do, which is gate cyber. I don't think he built a zealot. Ooh, if he could get that probe, that would be pretty damn good, but it ends up skirting away.
Well, actually, we've seen most Protosses go for, well, first of all, the forward gate, but a lot of Protosses from the gas deal, they prefer expanding with a gateway. But actually, like, expanding with no gas, but actually Snow has opted to go for this gas, which is a bit rare usually. It's not as common as the zealot pressure into Nexus.
Well, by the way, that SCV was in vision of the assimilator, and it looked like it was going to put down a second racks, but instead it just goes to the low ground. So I think Sharp was trying to mind game a little, like, hey, I'm actually going 2 racks. You better, you know, get range. You better build units. But he's actually going to be... I'm not sure if he's actually going to expand before his factory, but he does have gas, and he does have an SCV set up like he will put down that command center.
Yeah, I mean, it is strange the way that Sharp did this, because he did pull a lot of SCVs to kill the gas, so you would anticipate him to put down the factory first, but actually he's going to put down the command center first, and well, Protoss is going to get a decent amount of harassment onto this bunker.
Yep, he should get some good damage done, force a lot of repair. There was an SCV at the backside of the base, you know, spotting that mineral patch. I actually thought he might float over a factory or something crazy, but not the case. Marines are going to push back this goon and try and sneak out an SCV, but I don't think... Yeah, I think it's actually smarter to just not go for this, because I think the goon will pick it off eventually. Maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah, I mean, I think he wants to see, because Snow did not opt to go for the gasless expand, the Protoss gasless expand. Sharp wants to make sure that he's not getting proxy roboed or something like that.
Okay.
So it makes sense to me that he's poking out an SCV, but definitely wants to conserve that SCV because every single worker right now is invaluable.
Well, he did at least scout his third base, so he knows that there's no proxy over there. He did scout the bottom side of his base to check if there was something hidden down there. There's nothing hidden down there. He's doing what he did last game. He's going for a fast eBay. This makes more sense to have this super fast eBay because he lost his SCV already. He's not scouted anything. It could be DT for all he knows. Here's the goon pressure that we were talking about, and Robo is basically done.
Yeah, and this is honestly in this situation. Usually, Terran has a much faster command center when this situation happens, i.e., what I mean is the bunker being up and having to repair it. But in this case, actually, Protoss's expansions are, well, his natural is pretty much timed at the same time as Terran's natural, so this, the Dragoons doing this much damage to the bunker is huge.
Yeah, and behind this, he's building a third Nexus while also going Robo at the same time. I don't think Sharp can really punish this at all. When you have your factories delayed this long, your tank count is... Oh, is he just going to jump? Okay, he tries to pop it, but only gets a little bit of damage done.
Yeah, that's annoying. Terran has to repair that tank because otherwise he can't poke with it again. And Snow is doing so much damage. I mean, he's getting such a huge lead from this opening. I think maybe it was a bit overzealous for Sharp to start his command center before his factory, given how he dealt with the gas field. But okay, siege mode finishes now, and has to build a turret as well, just to respect the possibility of DTs, DT follow-up, like 2-gate goon into DT follow-up or something like that. But
Yes.
I mean, Snow's in a really good spot.
Yeah, Snow confirming the siege mode. He's going to be loving that. That's, basically the cost of a factory. So he knows that unit count is going to be low. He's most likely not facing a 3-fact or, a 4GG 4-fact where it's like immediately put down. Observer's out now, and he's going to spot everything. His third Nexus is completed. Everything's going well. He's going to see all these turrets being built. Also, that's 4 turrets already.
Yeah, and I mean, Terran kind of just really far behind. I think usually what happens is you have this response as Terran, but your command center is much quicker than the Protoss's Nexus. But this game, the Nexus was timed very similarly to the natural. So, in other words, again, Protoss is in a really good spot.
It is going to be upward battle for Sharp, but it is Dark Origin. It is limited bases. If Sharp can get to 4 base, he's going to be extremely strong. Maybe he can cut the map in half. He's got his Academy and Armory coming down right now. He's got 3rd fact, 4th fact coming in. I think that's pretty much as expected. You got to have units to actually take your 3rd base these days in TVP. First shuttle is, actually 5 fact. First shuttle out. Reaver should be coming soon.
Yeah, this is all well timed for Terran, but I mean, Protoss just has that edge from the beginning, and he's going to be feeling super comfortable this game. I do wonder how will Snow approach winning on this map. Will he try and go for the carriers? I mean, generally Snow, I don't know how often I've seen him play something like double robotics. He usually, even when people are going non-stop storm and stuff, he would usually still eventually tech to arbiters. He's not really the 2 robo type player, so I wouldn't be surprised to see a Stargate at some point.
Well, he also never loses his shuttle. So why do you need 2 robos? Your shuttle just is always alive. You can just slowly build them up. But I agree, I don't think I've ever seen him play double robo play. Here comes the first shuttle though. And remember, there are turrets in position, but actually Sharp just moved all of his tanks. So I think he'll be... Oh, I guess there is one still remaining here.
Yeah, Sharp should be pretty safe here. But again, I mean, Protoss has so much space. The third base uncontested, and importantly, there's no dropship. There's no vultures out on the map, and that's a massive factor in this game state. You know, usually if Protoss has a third base, usually there's vultures out on the map trying to shark around, but none of that this game. So Protoss, and without any starport and with full vision, Protoss can just sit outside of Terran's base. This is the worst feeling as Terran.
Yeah, Protoss gets 3 bases. You can't do anything about it. Now you're contained. Yes, you have tanks which have insane range, but this is Snow controlling the goons and the Reavers. You know he's gonna get damage done. Here comes the... Oh, actually, the Reaver already got shot twice. He lost it. That was perfect from Sharp. Really good control right there. Snipes the Reaver. You didn't think that was gonna happen.
Yeah, but I mean, that was really unfortunate actually for Snow. He does get 2 tanks for 1 Reaver, so in terms of cost, like, that's pretty okay. Although the robotics production is much more valuable than the factory production. But Snow, I wonder how much damage he took on that shuttle. That would be really important to see. Oh, okay, it's a full health shuttle, so he should be fine.
That tank on the high ground, though. Already got off a big shot. Actually, okay, Snow is taking top right. I am getting a little worried that, you know, he's expanding kind of slow after his third base, and Sharp has a massive army. I feel like he'll be able to camp down, get his third base, and then probably get his fourth base.
Man, look at how Snow plays, dude. Like, he has the shuttle on the left side, moves the goons to the right side. Like, everything is so well coordinated, but like in completely I just love watching him play, man. He's so good. But you're right. I mean, Sharp, despite having not the best opening here, he is fighting back 100%.
Yeah. And look at that pullback. Okay, he still loses 1 tank, but that's great. He saves the other 2. The Vultures have gotten some mines down. He's going to spot top right, at least, you know, deny mining for a little bit of time. But Sharp's command center is almost done. I didn't see a starport in his base, so I'm not sure if +2 weapon is coming anytime soon.
And I wonder, oh, was that core spinning or not? I wonder what Snow is doing, because the one thing I'm kind of worried for Protoss is it doesn't seem like he has a plan. He's just kind of sitting back and expanding. He's not really pressuring. He's not really teching. He's kind of allowing... I mean, Terran, the third base is a bit late, but it's not. It's 11 minutes in. It's acceptable. So what is Protoss's win condition here? What is he playing for?
Yeah, with the lack of tech. I mean, that was also my main issue, too, is you have your fourth base somewhat late, and now you're just Gateway Man. We haven't seen Storm. We've just seen Reaver. If it's just going to be Gateway Man plus Reaver and Terran's going to sit here, Terran will just continue to sit here and just slowly take their fourth base. Like, this is the situation that you really want as Terran. You're not going to attack me? Okay, well, I'll just macro up. And you're not going carriers? Alright, that's fine. There is a big building in Snow's base at the top left. I'm going to guess that's a Stargate.
Yeah, 100% that's a Stargate he just put down. And that's... the core is spinning. Scan does see the Stargate, but it's still very ambiguous as to whether or not that's for arbiters or carriers immediately. Even though the core is spinning, I mean, it's a very cheap upgrade to +1 air weapons. He can still... Okay, well, there's our answer.
Yep,
but he could potentially still go arbiters. I mean, he has a Templar Archives. If you're Sharp, you're not quite sure what that is.
Yep. And this is going to be hard to scan. It really does look like arbiters based on what Sharp has seen. I don't think Snow needs to go for this attack. Yeah, it's just too much of an entrenched army. You're never going to have an effective trade there. Wait for Terran to move out into the fourth and then just storm it to death. Instead, Protoss is going to do what they did last game on Citadel. Just control the center of the map. Just sit there. Wait for his carriers to come out. Actually, there's triple Reaver, if I'm counting correctly.
Yeah. I mean, Snow, he's just set up perfectly here. And, you know, when you really think about it, it's very simple. Snow's playstyle is very simple. He just skirmishes, sits there, and delays into the carriers. That's it. That's his win condition now. Of course, this late into the game, 4 Stargate. Again, only 2 cycles needed to get to that critical mass of carriers, but Terran does have a lot of resources. 3 bases. Terran will also have a lot of supply, a lot of upgrades. So it is going to be hard for Protoss to fend off.
Terran's gonna have a huge army pretty soon. There are no carriers out. Still no intel for Sharp. You can see that the vision that he has no vision of the backside of the natural. He's gonna go for this drop. I think there were tanks loaded up. I think he's gonna try and drop the third base high ground and overlook that position and try and snipe some probes, but maybe not. He's avoiding everything.
Well, Sharp is using a lot of scans to get into this position, but I mean, Protoss. Okay, this is really annoying for Protoss, and if he has mines on the vultures, they can pick off a lot of units that are trying to defend against this tank. Will the Zealots kill the tank? Ooh, they do.
The vultures can still range this base from the high ground. Actually, Sharp has drawn all the units slightly out of position, but look how quick the shuttle moves back to make sure that Sharp's not able to get across the bridges. Like you said, Snow's game plan here is delay, delay, delay. He wants to get at least 4 carriers out before these units get across the map.
Dude, that drop did so much damage. It's still denying mining because all of Snow's attention is here. I mean, he can't afford any actions to go and clear those vultures right now. So beautiful play from Sharp, but is it enough? And Snow, you know, look at how calmly he just trades the supply that he needs. Just a couple units here for those tanks there.
Yeah, but look at Sharp's supply. It's ahead of Snow's now. Actually, Snow's ground army is not that strong. And remember, Dark Origin is a map with buildable terrain. Like, if he can just creep across... Okay, I didn't realize those two Reavers are still alive somehow.
Look at how he shifts from one area to the other, just delaying. Just honestly, it's so fun to watch. It's so different from a lot of the StarCraft we're used to seeing from other players, where it's just big set pieces, big fights. It's just small fights here and there.
Yeah, and Sharp still has no idea. He's probably confused. Like, why is this guy's ground army so tiny? At least that's what I would be thinking. What is it? 8 goons? 2 Reavers, a Storm. He's got to suspect something. He must suspect because there's so many Goliaths out now.
Yeah, but look at how Snow, he's just so good at this. He's always forcing Terran to siege and siege, not just a move, because his micro is so clean. And he bought so much time. 4 carriers are out. 4 carriers are not enough to deal with this army. The 8 carriers will be, but Protoss still has to buy some time.
Okay, and those were the Reavers that were down at the south a moment ago. Now they're already back up at the top side. And it took Sharp like a minute and a half to get across his own bridges. How long is it going to take him to get across Snow's bridges? He's at least going to shut down this base, but Snow still has top right. Meanwhile, Sharp, I mean, look at Sharp's main. He has so much stuff in his main, but okay, there's +2. I was waiting to see, does he have +2? And that's a critical power spike for him.
Top right is going to play such a huge important factor in this game. If Sharp can somehow kill this Nexus and top right, then he's definitely in a winning position. But if Snow stays on 8 carriers, on these 8 carriers, well, right now 6, and is still mining off of 4 bases, more than enough for Protoss to win from that position. So Sharp, critically, he will kill this Nexus, but that top right's going to be, well, he's going to have to kill another Nexus at least. Is it top right or the top left one, the natural third? He has to do more damage than this.
I think he's just got to give up top left and just focus on top right. He can let Protoss mine on one base, and that's fine, but I don't think he'll have an effective trade over there. And here come the carriers. They have arrived, 8 of them. Goodbye, Goliath. He may not even get this Nexus, by the way. It's one shot, 2 shots.
Oh my god.
It gets saved.
Well, that's total disaster for Terran, because now he has to actually path back here and finish the Nexus. Otherwise, it's pointless to go all the way top right.
Yeah. That is a lot of Goliaths, though. That's an insane amount of Goliaths. He might actually... Oh, there's double Reaver. The Nexus ends up falling. The big thing for me now is Sharp's army is huge. He can definitely fight Protoss's army, but Sharp still has no 4th base. He needs to get that up and running and get his econ going, because he's mined out in his main. His natural's going to be mined out pretty soon.
Yeah, well, he needs a 4th base, and he needs to deny this 4th base from Protoss simultaneously.
You guys.
He has a big army, DT's mixed in, but now, okay, does pick off 1 carrier. Snow has access to so much gas, and carriers with Templar support, I mean, that's insane to deal with.
I'm actually kind of worried for Snow here. His ground army is not very strong. Like, yes, carriers are amazing, and we know Snow's the god of carriers, but the Goliath count is so large. There's not that much storm. Like I said, this is buildable terrain. He could spam turrets at any point. Sharp has so much map control that he could go and get bottom left also. I actually don't think Sharp really needs to attack here. He's gonna eat a storm.
This is the kind of game where Protoss goes 12 carriers plus. Like, he's not going to make any more ground units. He's just going to sit here and keep pumping out of those 4 Stargates. And eventually, if he gets up to, let's say, 16 carriers or whatever, he can even sack, like, his main. He doesn't care anymore. Like, his main is going to be the flying carriers, like their production buildings. So, the clock is still ticking for Terran.
And these Reavers are doing tons of damage. They've killed so many Goliaths. The Interceptors, what do they only have +2 weapon? They don't have any armor upgrades. Sharp did just get his +2, maybe about a minute ago, so his +3 should be coming along. These Reavers are, one of them's going to get taken down. Still not able to push top right. I don't think he can push top right. There's way too many carriers. And now the tanks are going to start getting picked off.
I've got to say, though, Sharp has been playing really impressively this series. Like, he's making these games very competitive, and still this game is competitive as well. I think long-term it's looking very dire for Terran, but he's fighting, like, tooth and nail.
Yeah, and actually the Interceptor count is not that big because there's just so many Goliaths here shredding through the Interceptors, and there were a few turrets that were built also to help support. The shuttle gets sniped. The Reaver... one of them's gone. Okay, Snow's already got his carriers back over here, so this base is going to be saved.
Well, this is the moment that Sharp was waiting for, but he just doesn't have that many units ready to pounce at top right. And top right also has Reavers and Templars defending it, so Protoss can just infinitely stall here and slowly increase his carrier count.
Yeah, Protoss is doing a really good job, obviously, with these carriers. Another carrier is so low, it ends up getting taken down, but he's still got, what, like 8? Yeah, he's still got 8 left over. This base, the Nexus, did not die. So Sharp lost a big chunk of army and got, what, was it 2 Reavers and 1 carrier in return? Now, what was even supply is all of a sudden a 30 supply lead for Snow. He doesn't get that carrier either.
Now it's snowballing. Terran's collapsing in supply, also mined out at the main end of that. Protoss is up 1 base with carriers. And, I mean, it was looking... Sharp seemed like he had the opportunities to win this game, but didn't quite come together, and now I think the margins are not there anymore. So there's no way Terran can win this.
By the way, there's like a random cannon at those bridges. I guess it's in case there's a race switch where he doesn't have an observer, he can retreat to that. In Sharp's main, I don't think there are any hidden race with cloak anywhere, but you do have to be aware of that. It could catch you off guard as Protoss, because there's no observer with this carrier army, by the way. But look at this. You're gone, you're gone, you're gone, you're next.
Yeah, this is like playing those god games, man. Like Black and White or whatever. You're just clicking on the units and deleting them or dragging them where you want. That's how Protoss feels in this position. Carriers just flying around, deleting stuff off the face of the map, and Snow is gonna ride this to the round of 8.
Yeah, he's just the maestro of Protoss, especially with the carriers and Reavers. Storm drop, will it save the day? Actually might save this Nexus. No, it doesn't. He's gonna get the Nexus, but it just doesn't matter. Protoss is still mining his 3rd base plus 4th base. He's got a 40 supply lead. I guess it is annoying that he has to keep rebuilding this Nexus, but if he's killing 5 tanks, what is this, 5 Goliaths for a Nexus every time, he's going to take that trade every day of the week. The carrier count is still only 8. He's never actually gotten to that, 12, 16 count, but he doesn't need... Okay, there we go. Finally, a really good catch right there. Gets one of the carriers.
Yeah, I mean, I guess, maybe I was exaggerating a bit. 8 carriers is usually the magic number, maybe 10. The rest of the supply has been in shuttles and Templar and Reaver to defend, to help supplement the carriers in defending both sides. So again, like, Snow's just playing really, really well. He played this game to perfection from the beginning.
Yep.
He secured the early game lead with the build order, as you do on a 2-player map, PvT, and then just kind of played cleanly from then.
Well, this is where this is the spot where you want to be if you have the carriers. You're in the sweet spot, and Goliath can't range you. You can retreat to the dead space on the left side. You can just pick off Goliath as they come out, funneling one at a time. You've got these Templars on the left side to make sure that you don't get set up by a 360 surround. He can pick off comsats, the command center. If he gets into the main, I think that may be an overstep, but I think we are... Yeah, go ahead.
No, yeah, he could just... at this point, I think he could lose all these carriers and still win the game. It'd be close. I mean,
well, I don't know.
That's exaggerating.
Yeah, that's a bit much, because 4 goons, 5 Templars. I don't know if that can beat this amount of carriers, or this amount of Goliaths. Now we've gotten up to 10 carriers now. Look at how they just all come out at once. Those interceptors blasted that tank.
Yeah, I mean, I think Sharp played really well this game, actually, and it seemed like he pushed Snow to the brink, and I think Sharp's been playing really well today in general. I think Sharp might be the most, he's like the dark horse of this tournament so far, I feel like, from his play today. So we'll see if he has better play in the next game, but yeah, this game, I mean, we've called it over for quite a while now. I mean, it has been. There's just, Terran really has no counterplay, especially versus carriers. You need to be at least even in supply. If you're behind in supply, then it's not working for you.
Yeah, the thing is with carriers is you've got to have like 3 or 4 Goliaths per carrier. So if this guy has 8 carriers, 10 carriers, you've got to have at least 30 to 40 Goliaths. And every time we look at the Goliath count, yes, it's high, like it's definitely not low, but it's not 30 to 40. What is it, like 15 to 20? There's 8 more, but they're going to get picked off as they come out. So he's just never able to get critical mass.
Yeah, and again, these carriers kind of cleaning up here.
I like how he just sits here and just says, "Oh, you got reinforcements coming? That's cute, man. Let me just make them disappear." Snow is getting low on money, to be fair. Like, it is getting surprisingly low on money, but I'm still not worried for him. But, you know, if he does let Terran just continue to kill this 4th base over and over, it could get weird.
I guess.
Uh-oh. Well, not anymore. He's on the factories.
But he's mining top right, and like you mentioned, he's on the factories. I mean, if... yeah.
You can just go kill all the factories. At least that's what I would do. Just get rid of the factories, dude. Like, you can lose bottom left.
If Terran wins this game, I would have like a heart attack or something. Like, I don't know. It would be, I think I would have like I would experience a psychosis. I'd be like, is this really real life? Like, yeah. I would doubt everything about my known existence.
Well,
if Terran won this game.
I think if you're not going to kill the factories, this is the next smartest move. This guy's only mining on 1 base. Just go kill it. See you later.
Like, I'd be like, are you real, Nyoken? Like, have you really been Dan this entire time?
Yeah.
Or were you really the fake Dan?
Oh, come on. You know that's not true. That's impossible.
Is this really StarCraft, or was this Warcraft in space all along?
Yeah, Warcraft in space. Well, I think...
Was Terran really ever the strongest race?
I mean, from results of the strongest race, right? This is most likely the last attack, by the way. There's equal Goliaths to carriers at this point. Just so many carriers.
Is Dark Origin really the origin of the ProZerg?
The ProZerg?
Yeah, man.
Is that the lore
hybrid,
of this map?
Oh my god, dude.
I don't follow the lore, man.
We literally talked about this. We must have already talked about this. I vividly remember it. Maybe when we were casting that Oddson and Oyster Invitational, I was literally talking about how Dark Origin, the name of this map, is the Dark Origin of the hybrids, man. You got 2 stasis vats in the top, in the bottom. It's on the Shakur's tile set.
Well, I think this is it. Sharp's lost basically his entire army. Sharp made a real game of it. Look at how low Snow's money was. He did a good job of eliminating as many carriers as possible, but it was just never enough. And that means Snow, he does make it out of his group.
Yeah, and really well played there from Snow. Just honestly, that game, there's no... again, it was super competitive. Sharp played really well, but Snow basically took the margins of the advantage that he had from the beginning and wrote it out and played perfectly, I think.
Yep, so into the round of 8 he goes, and that means that we only have one slot left. We've got 2 Terrans, 1 Zerg fighting for their life into the round of 8. Sharp will be waiting in the Deciders match. We've got Mind versus Action as our losers match. That's going to be exciting. Action played very well versus Snow, just like Sharp did, but Snow's just a little bit too good today. Yeah, look at the worker count. Snow's worker count is extremely low. 38 probes. His econ was not that good. Of course, this is the very end of the game, so it was very low mining for both sides. Both players on 1 base.
Yeah, but I mean, that's 8 carriers.
At least. And then he had like 2 more come in and help them out, I think.
Yeah. So that's going to be 4 Protosses in the round of 4, or round of 8. Best, Mini, Bisou, and Snow. That's a sick lineup. I'm happy to see Protoss finally doing well. Like, honestly, I've been reading a lot of comments since starting, and this isn't something I usually do, but because, I started casting ASL with you, Nyoken, I've been curious what people have been saying in general about this tournament. And man, the things I read are just crazy. People are balance winding nonstop. They think, oh, the maps are this, that, this race is that. Honestly, guys, this map pool is really balanced. It's fairly balanced. I don't think there's one race that's particularly favored, and you really just see the players' performances and like where they're at. Protoss right now is doing really well. They're all playing really well.
Well, I mean, I've thought the ASL maps for the past few seasons have been pretty good. Of course, generally there's like one outlier, right? Which is kind of off.
There's always a crazy map in there, but there's vetoes for a reason.
Yeah, like Troy, I think is clearly the one I'm talking about here. But all the other maps seem pretty good to me. I mean, in my experience, just my own play, like I don't go into a map thinking like, oh, wow, this is impossible. Terran has gotten really good playing 2-player maps. Like Dark Origin, I used to have nightmares getting proxy gated. Now that Blitz is in the map pool and Dark Origin is in the map pool, I've gotten a lot of experience there to deal with it. You just 2 racks. It goes fine. Protoss players have been doing well versus Zerg in general. Like, I mean, there's a reason we've got 4 players out already.
Yeah.
Radion, even though Bisou, for whatever reason, doesn't like Radion, I think he's vetoed that every time. We've seen Protoss players win there. Like, he even beat, C on there.
Yeah.
Overall, I do like the maps.
I mean, the lineup for the round of 8 is crazy. Soul Key, Hero, Rush, Snow, Bisou, Mini, Best, +1.
Yeah. How many Protoss did we have coming into the round of 16?
I think 5.
Yeah, I think we only had 5, right? So Protoss, if you're getting 4 out of 5 out, that's pretty damn good.
Yeah. There was a lot of Terrans that made it through this season. Terran has been doing just really well in general. I think it has the most like high-level players in Korea. And Zerg has been kind of struggling of late because, Queen didn't qualify. And they also lost Soma to, he's doing his military service, which is a huge blow because Soma was also kind of innovating and advancing Zerg meta on his own. But the Protosses, yeah, I'm happy to see them do well because I really don't think this map pool is particularly good for Protoss.
I mean, I think it's fine, but
yeah, I think that's what I mean. It's not like it's just okay. It's a super fair map pool, I feel like.
Yeah, I can agree with that. Speaking of Soma, just as an aside, I'm not a Zerg player, so I don't watch Zerg players in general very often. But when I did tune into Soma's stream, what I do like about how Soma plays is like he actually looks really slow. Like he's kind of like Snow in the sense like he's diligently hitting his build. He's like, okay, I need to do this and this and this, and I'm sitting there thinking like, wow, I could actually think about doing stuff like this. Whereas if I'm looking at Mini, right, like Mini's a maniac all over his all over the map, multitasking everywhere. But a lot of ZVP where you see players be aggressive, Soma's just sitting there macroing. I remember a game, I think it was Soma versus Best. There wasn't an attack until Max. I couldn't even believe what I was watching, and Soma just owned him.
Yeah, Soma's a legend, man. I love he's my favorite player. He's my favorite Zerg player by a margin. So hopefully he'll be back sooner than later. And yeah, now we're in the thick of it, man. We have one last spot in the round of 8, and it's gonna go to either Sharp, Mind, or Action, which would be an excellent addition.
Yeah, regardless of who makes it out, if we get Action in there, he's been my dark horse for I think like 5 seasons, along with Snow. He's always very, very good, but for whatever reason, doesn't get as far as I'm hoping him to get. But he's going to be facing off versus Mind, and Mind in general just plays like super solid, standard builds, kind of like Light, where he's playing like 3 racks or 4 racks. He's not going crazy with 5 racks in your face all the time. He's more like a management type player. But I think Action can deal with that. He's often playing some styles that if you don't punish him, you're in trouble, like Crazy Zerg. So it could be a tough matchup for Mind.
Yeah, I mean, I think Action's going to be happy that he's playing just ZVT. We saw earlier that it is his best matchup in ASL, his most well-performing matchup. So, and I think he has good matchups against both, but we'll see. First of all, before getting into speculations of him versus Mind or versus Sharp, of course, the first game is going to be Action versus Mind. And that's going to be the next game, guys. But before that, we are going to take a quick break here. So don't go anywhere.
Oh, we are about to get into our losers match right now. Action versus Mind, ZVT. Mind had a good game versus Sharp, but in the end, Sharp was too strong. Action had a good strike versus Snow, but in the end, Snow was a little bit too much to overcome.
Yeah, and well, this is going to be an interesting matchup here. Again, Action has had such good results against Terrans in the ASL in the past, so he's definitely the favorite coming into this. But then again, I mean, Mind just super solid, and former finalist, which Action has never been a finalist. So
yeah, and also Mind was either OSL or MSL winner. I can't remember exactly which one
MSL champ, man,
yeah,
against
man.
Bisu.
Yeah, he's a champion. Like, he's really freaking good. And look at that, Mihai. Set 3. It's been lit through again. Troy. TVZ.
Well, Troy, I think, is actually a good map for Terran versus
I think it is too.
Yeah, I'm not surprised that he banned Dark Origin. It is Dark Origin's kind of the worst Terran map in the pool. Even though you know, I enjoy playing on it no matter what. So, but it is you know, statistically, it's kind of a Terran graveyard. Not surprised to see that ban. Citadel has been a pretty good Terran map overall in both matchups. So that was the ban for Action, and the game is ready. Game number 1 here on Radeon between Action and Mind.
Okay, in the top left, we do have Action.
In the Terran in the bottom left, it's Mind.
Radeon.
Did you see how Action was spamming SD in the chat, man?
I didn't.
He was spamming SD. You think he's trying to mind game Mind?
Yeah.
Like, oh, I'm making that drone, man. It's not a 4-pull.
Oh, you want to know a story? So at one of the, I think it was a WCG. Yeah, I think it was the last WCG, right, for US. And I was playing versus Machine, and they was like, hey, you guys want to play on stage? So we went and played on stage. But the thing is his computer was right next to mine.
Yeah.
So I can't see his screen, but I can see him, like, you know, hitting his keyboard and stuff. So anyways, he 4-pulled me. But while he's sitting there, he realized that he can also see, like, my keyboard too. So he's faking hitting SD and SD and SD and stuff to act like he's actually building drones, but he actually 4-pulled me on destination. Could be a big mind game there. Also, day 9 was casting. I walled off, so that was the end of that. Like I knew
course you did.
It was when StarCraft 2 was out, and Machine and the rest of the EG people were playing StarCraft 2 quite a bit. So I figured, like, you know, if I wall off and just play super defensively, I'm just probably gonna, you know,
as you do,
probably win in the mid game, simply because I was the only player in EG playing Brood War at the time, by the way. So. Yeah, I just remember that moment after you said that.
Yeah, EG Nyoken, man. I feel like there's a reality where out of join EG at some point.
Well, you all killed them. They should have given you the invite immediately in StarCraft 2.
Yeah, you remember that?
I do remember that, because everybody was like, who the hell is Aboxa? And everybody got slammed.
Yeah, well, they should have seen it coming.
Yeah, they should have seen it coming. For those of you who are unaware of who Aboxa is, he's right here. He's Gypsy. That was his StarCraft 2 ID.
No, please.
You're up in that energy
that was
tab.
like, yeah, that was like a decade, over a decade ago, man.
Well, we did have Depot in the main. We've got this wall, semi-wall going up for Mind at the natural. Interesting scout pattern from Action. Action gets into the right position with this Overlord. In Action's main, I didn't actually see the timing of the gas, but everything looks like the typical 2-minute gas, 2-minute pool. Command center going to be coming down for Mind.
Terrans these days are opening so aggressively in this matchup. This 4 Marine play, basically, before Terrans tried to put their command center as early as possible, limiting the Marine count. but these days they're actually just pumping non-stop out of this first racks and going for the third depot. And just trying to pressure a lot. Kind of, it's very similar to how Protoss pressures with the gate expand.
Yeah, and I see actually a lot of pros have good success with this. They get a lot of damage done, but it just seems risky to me. Like, if Zerg had built a few Lings at the natural and just don't show them, and you commit with these 3 Marines, all of a sudden all your Marines are dead. And now you're in trouble. And actually Mind is committing here, but I don't see additional Lings built at the natural, so he's not going to get punished. Will he get any drones, though?
Yeah, the theory is the 4 Marine timing is when you want to hit, and he's just going to sack them to trade here.
Oh
actually
my
getting really
gosh.
good trades.
Well,
oh my god. And all his Marines live! What?
And the SCV came to help. This is insane damage. I can already tell you I've probably gotten some Discord messages from Rhett about Marines being OP with this move out.
Damn, that was a lot of damage. And behind this was just a 2 racks follow-up. Like, it's just really safe, honestly, because you force the idea is you force Zerglings and you trade. Like, there are games where these 4 Marines just die, and that's not good, especially if they don't trade for any supply. I mean, they have to trade at least the drones, Lings, it doesn't matter, just trade the supply. But behind it, since you win 3 depot 2 racks like this, he has so many Marines already ready, you know? And Zerg has to drone up here. They can't just go straight into Mutalisks, or else they're all in. So it actually, despite the fact that you're delaying your academy and delaying, like, range and whatever, Zerg also has to delay their Mutalisks. So it's a really interesting concept, and it's very new. I mean, it's basically just popping up now this ASL season. Not even at the beginning of the ASL season, I don't think people were doing this. So
yeah, and with Terran players walling off, like, what are you gonna do? You're gonna Ling all into a wall?
Yeah,
you can't do anything about it. So Mind clearly in the driver's seat right now. Action trying to rebuild his eco. He's already done a good job, but because of all this damage, he doesn't have a macro hatch in his main. He doesn't have a 3rd hatch anywhere. He built a sunken and then canceled it. I'm not sure exactly what that is. I guess he thought he was going to get pushed, but now he realizes that, hey, he's not coming. I'll just cancel it immediately. Ooh.
Yeah, and the Lings are threatening the backstab as well. They are going to get in.
Already 3 of them died.
Yeah. They do kill 1 Marine. Will they kill an SCV building one of these turrets? Meadows are on the way, but you can see that's not a lot of Meadows. That's like 4 Meadows.
Yeah, this is not scary at all. Terran can just have 1 turret going up at a time at all the key locations. All these Lings are going to get taken down. And now if you're Action, what are you going to do? There's really not, at least I don't see any hole to exploit here. So Mind's really in a good spot. I saw he's going 3rd racks in his main. I didn't see a factory anywhere unless I missed it.
Actually, Action's playing very aggressively here, just pumping Mutas non-stop. I don't think he has full saturation yet. He doesn't have a 3rd hatchery either. But you can see Mind's already building non-stop turrets. He has 5 turrets total in his main. I think he was building a lot of turrets at his net. More Mutas now from Action, and this means he hasn't droned Nyoken, so yeah, he is all in right now.
Yeah, he's got to get a lot of damage done. He needs to pick off these turrets, but there's just so many Marines. Mind. Okay, he does take down the turret, but took a lot of damage on those Mutalisks. I'm just going to rebuild the turret instantly. Scans to get some vision. Also buys some time to get that turret up.
Yeah, and he's defending beautifully so far. Action has to find some SCV kills because the factory's finished already. Starport's on the way. Most likely, okay, not just yet, but very close.
Yep, here he comes in for round 2. In the meantime, Mind saying, yeah, that's fine. Go and kill that turret. I'm just going to move across the map. Almost gets that Overlord, but this is one way to alleviate pressure, is to just move out, force the Mutas to deal with the Marines in the center of the map.
Yeah, and Terran has such a good lead from that opening harassment.
Well, this Marine count is not that strong, and because he went for that 4 Marine move out plus Academy follow-up, the Marines do not have +1 weapon. The medic got picked off, so there's not a lot of energy. Mine does need to be careful. And look at this. We're actually going to have 1 fact, 1 port. This is probably going to be the you know, the standard from 2008 or so, 3-tank vessel push potentially.
Yeah, or possibly getting a Valkyrie first, but Action has the infrastructure, surprisingly. He has Queen's Nest and Hydra Den. I think he's also building Hydra, so he is looking to play a long game after this opening.
Oh, split off 2 Marines, but they got spotted, and that's a key catch right there. Action will move into position and just eliminate those immediately before they can do any damage, and it is Valkyrie, like you said. Armory was basically done.
This is really annoying for Zerg, actually, because he had to pull all his mutas back, and now he lost track of the Marine Ball.
I mean, this Marine Ball is pretty large, too. What is it, like a group and a half? There's actually 1 Marine still alive, so it's just going to be annoying. It's extremely low health. I don't think it's going to really do any damage, but just a nuisance to deal with. Lost a medic there. Kind of like, was it Barracks on Dark Origin? He lost his medic also, but can he actually push in here? I don't think so. Mutas plus Sunken is extremely strong.
Zerg is pretty much dead, man. Look at the supply. This push is going to do a lot of damage. Maybe with some sick Mutalisk Micro, he can hold on here, but Action is definitely, okay, loses 1 Marine. Well, the observer's pointing out that some of these medics are low on energy. That is really huge.
I think actually, I don't think Action's going to die here, but I do agree Terran's in a good position. I think if this was Vessel instead, I don't think there would be any counter, because the Radiate would kill the Mutas. The Marine count is so huge, but because it's Valkyrie, he has nothing really to detect the Lurker, so yeah, I don't know. We'll see. What's this Hydra doing? Okay, he thought it was going to die.
How did that 7 HP Marine kill an Overlord? There was a Hydra right there. That's... I mean, Zerg needs everything he can muster for this, and the 3 tanks, they're going to get to siege in front of the natural. I'm surprised mine's pulling back, actually.
Well, I think he wants to sync up with his tanks, because if the tanks get picked off, I mean, your whole push is done, right? I think that's the idea here. He has Lurkers and Sunken set up at his natural, so he can't bust through that. And now, with everything together, he can actually go for the killing move, maybe.
But I think he opted not to get the Valkyrie.
I guess he saw that maybe it wouldn't work out. You know, Valkyrie is also 250 minerals. He may be thinking like, well, maybe I need more racks. Oh, wow, Greater Spire, but I don't know if it's going to be in time. There's the Vessel. Okay, so he did actually go into Vessel. And the tank, okay, there goes 1. That was an immediate split. That was really good. And he got 1 of the tanks, so that's fantastic.
Action's playing out of his mind, honestly, to be hanging on still, because he was at such a deficit, and he's basically tech to Hive off of 2 hatchery production, so that's really impressive to me, but you can see why his supply is so low, and he's still struggling because he just doesn't have that much production. He's still on 3 hatcheries, and even if he has a defiler mound, he barely has any larvae to make defilers and links to consume. Like,
oh, the mine's just gonna go for it. He says, "You've only got 3 Sunkens, a couple of Lurkers that are too far back. Maybe I can just get in here and end it." Man, he's just so quick. He's going to try to go into Guardians, but Guardians take quite a while to actually complete. I think he's going to, at minimum, lose his natural. We'll see. Lurker gets focused down. That second Lurker's not burrowed.
Yeah, he has to hold on to this hatchery at least, but the drones as well. If they go down, like, he doesn't have the production to rebuild them, and I think that's it. Terran has pushed through here. Action, well, the Guardians do morph, but not before the hatchery dies. And then these drones are also probably going to get picked off.
Yeah, this was a smart move. Just back off, take your win there, and just go into the mid game. Guardians are out in the field. What is it, 6 of them or so? That's a lot of firepower though, but Econ for Action is really bad now. He does still have top right up and running, so at least that's okay. Double Starport Wraith coming in for Mind.
These Wraiths are so annoying too, because they can pick off all the Overlords surrounding the main, and in these dead spaces, just spotting. So, again, Zerg is pretty much dead this game.
And Action is doing, what Shine was doing with his Guardians. Instead of attacking, he's just putting him in a key defensive position, trying to defend his natural. tanks bully their way into the third base. Darkstorm will come down, and this will buy action sometime now. He will push it back with the Darkstorm plus Lurkers, but there's still just so many units outside of Action's natural that actually there's a two-prong attack going on. There's the third base being attacked and also outside of the net, but Guardians are saying, dude, I didn't go over there. You're dead. See you later.
Yeah. Dude, I'm right over here, man.
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah. And, well, they're gonna kill a lot of these Terran units. Again, Zerg's fighting back, but he's just really, really hurting from, like, an economic point of view, a production point of view. That even if Terran donates, like, 2 armies, GG gets called, Action will end the suffering of himself and everyone watching the tail end of that, because there is no way for Zerg to come back from that. I think it was a bit of a misread on Action's part, honestly. I'm surprised he tried to play a macro game like that, given the fact that he invested so heavily in the Mutalisks after taking that damage. He needed to just go all in on layer tech. Or stay on 2 base and go all in like that, but he was trying to play an actual macro game when he didn't drone properly in the mid game, in the early mid game.
Yeah, I don't know, maybe there was too many turrets where he didn't think he could find an opening. You know, even though he took drone losses in the beginning, he didn't build Lings at his nat at any point. Like, he actually, as those Marines ended up dying, he had 2 drones pop. So maybe he thought, well, I lost drones, but, you know, I instantly rebuilt them. Maybe I can actually play it out. He almost did. Like, he almost had his Defiler and Guardians in time.
Yeah, but then he was also down like 40 supplies, so I think a double starport would have put on a lot of pressure, especially against just 3 hatch production. But yeah, I mean, as played, as you would say, I think Mind had a really nice performance there. Going into game number 2 on Blitz, Mind versus Action, Mind is on match point.
And once again, in our top right corner, we do have Action.
And in the bottom right, the Terran, it's Mind.
Well, you know, Mind and TY were on the same team. I actually have a feeling that we could have some shenanigans for Mind on this map. You know,
they were on the same team like 12 years ago, man.
But they may have that same...
14 years ago,
man. So what?
Are you still friends with people you were friends in high school or whatever?
Mihai, when did you meet me?
Well, that's different.
Oh, okay. It's different somehow. And oh, look at that. SCV's going out.
Well, let's see.
Oh, it's
it's going out to build a depot, man.
You're right. It is a depot.
Yeah, of course, Mine has been talking to TY this whole time. I mean, TY is playing SC2, Mine is playing Brood War. Bada bing, bada boom, they share the strats.
They might share strats, man. Where do you think TY came up with that strategy himself? He probably asked other Terrans.
Absolutely.
Like, well, I mean, he might have.
That was 100% not anyone else.
Okay.
I feel it.
Well, we'll see. There's the semi-wall coming down again for Mind. Will he go gas? Let's see it, man. I want to see a gas build. I want to see a 1-1-1 2-port race, something like that.
Well, if he 2-port Wraith, he would have walled his main.
You would expect that.
Yeah, but maybe it's new meta.
Well, there's no gas, so guess I was wrong. This game not gonna have the TY special. He is just gonna play normal. SCV coming across the map. Meanwhile, Action 12 hatch with an additional drone, by the way. So he's playing a little bit greedy.
Wasn't Mind didn't Mind in the round of 24 put out a second Rax? Who was that Terran that did that? It was a TVZ. I think it was Mind, right? I'm pretty sure. He like didn't even expand. He just proxied a second Rax out on the map, and
it might have been. I can't remember. But this is a cute move. He's trying to fake like he went for an 8 Rax, but Action's like, dude, I don't see Marines coming. I'm not gonna react to this at all. He only pulls 2 drones. If there actually was an 8 racks on the left side, Action would probably already be dead. Like, he would have been in real trouble, but it was a really good read here to know that, hey, there's nothing actual fishy going on, and this is just going to be a canceled bunker.
I actually kind of really like that for mine because he did that. There's no Overlord vision, so
yeah.
Action, as soon as he saw the SCV, sent a drone. And actually, with this opening that Terrans are doing now, where they're just making the Marine right after the racks, and mind you, nowadays Terrans go 8 depot, 10 racks. The Marine actually gets there in time to start bunkering the natural. So even if it's not an 8 racks, and then if Zerg doesn't make lings on their first cycle, or if they only make 2 lings, like, the game can end there. So that wasn't, I mean, it was kind of a half bluff, I would say. Like, there was a real threat there for Zerg.
In Mine's main, we've got gas already done. Saw that come down in around 3 minutes, and that means it's going to be an eBay, and that is an instant academy also. 1 racks, eBay, academy. He's going to get all the upgrades really quick. And you can see the difference in econ just from here already. You know, losing those drones. There was no 3rd hatch in the main forever. I don't think even at any point. We already have a 3rd hatch coming down for Action, so his econ's way better this time around.
Yeah, and +1 eBay. Don't see it as often. Nowadays, a lot of the Terrans prefer just 2 racksing even behind a wall. And Action going for that 2.5 hatch. In base 3 hatch, as the Koreans call it.
Yep. Low Marine count. You know, doesn't really say anything. Terran could have been hiding a 2nd racks, but we know that there isn't a 2nd racks right now. Really just prioritizing those upgrades. Because there's no 3rd hatch on location, Mine doesn't have to worry about, you know, running across the map and trying to kill it. A drone... Okay, it's going to be first sunken. I thought he was going to send out another drone to try and build a 4th hatch. There's the 2nd racks finally for Mind.
Yeah, and you can see the sunk is kind of the preemptive creep colony here. Because Terrans are so often going for that 2 racks play, but this time around it's going to be +1 eBay. And actually, Mind, I think, is one of the Terran players that... Okay, no, he's going to put down 4. Yeah. There's an ASL, a couple of ASLs ago, he was playing on Vermeer, and he went for 3 racks eBay, which was really interesting. But now it's going to be 4.
In the majority of games that I see Mind play, it's like at least 50% 3 racks, but this time a little bit of a mix-up. He wants to have more units than usual. He scans, sees the eggs morphing. He knows mutas are going to be on the way. I don't see any turrets just yet. There's the first one coming down. This is going to be well-timed. His +1 weapon is going to be done in the next minute or so. He probably has range on the way also.
Yeah, absolutely. And setting up his turret defense. Now, Action actually has a very good economy behind these Mutalisks. He also has really good production, so he has full saturation on his natural and a 3rd hatch. So he can opt to play more aggressively with his Mutalisks and still play a long macro game. It's not the disaster early game he experienced in the previous game.
Well, Action already put down a 2nd sunken. Despite having map control with the mutas, he put down a 2nd sunken. To me, this looks like he may be doing like some type of Mega 2 base, not necessarily all in, but like heavy lurker as a follow-up, or heavy mutas.
He knows that the Terran's only option here is to push out, so he's preemptively ready.
Alright, well, we'll see. 7 mutas did a decent amount of damage to the SCV line. 3rd sunken.
Well, now it's looking more committed.
Well, there's a green dot at mid right. Did he unload something over there? I mean, that's like 2 dots. Oh, it is. There's something. Yeah, he put down a hatch. I was sitting there like, dude, this is pro level. They don't just build 2 sunkens, 3 sunkens for no reason. He's trying to hide this base at mid right.
Yeah, that's sick. And, you know, he didn't need to get Overlord speed or anything for that. Just went drop tech, which isn't a big, well, it's a decent investment, but now the Mutalisks are going to harass freely.
And Terran has no counterplay. He can't go because there's already a bunch of sunks. He has to pull back, but he hasn't scanned yet. I think he's just gonna go for the bust.
Yeah, but there's already 4 Sunkens, like you said, and okay, he did lose a decent chunk of Mutalis. He's down to 8 now, but this does look like it's gonna be. Well, I was gonna say it does look like it's Crazy Zerg, but there's no evolution chamber, so I actually think this could be maybe Guardian Hydra, Mass Lurker, something like that. Either way, these Marines are definitely not enough to get through 6 Sunkens.
Yeah, and that's a Queen's Nest.
I wonder what
And
Mind is
Hydra Den.
thinking.
Yeah, it is kind of ambiguous right now. But most likely, when you see this, it's just looking like standard play. But there's no way, like, the thing for Mind is, he doesn't know where the third is. And if it's not at top left, and it's not at mid left, and it's not at bot left, it's going to be very confusing because this doesn't look like a Hydra or a Guardian Rush, because Guardian Rush Queen's Nest usually goes down around like 6:30, like pre-7 minutes.
I'm trying to think of the logic here with action, because like you said, Mind knows that, hey, you must not have a base on the left side. There's no way you could hold it. Like, you can't spam 7 Sunkens and then 7 Sunkens somewhere else. So I'm trying to think, like, okay, so what's the goal of this? This mid-right base is eventually going to get scouted. What I'm thinking is action is going to try and bait this guy to build a lot of dropships real quick. That means he's going to have lack of vessels, and maybe with the lack of vessels, he can go for like an immediate like counterattack, like timing with defilers. Maybe I don't know. This is very weird, because in the main of action, he just now started his evolution chamber. Like, he can't go crazy, sir, because he's going to be behind in upgrades.
Yeah, it is very interesting. I think on the one hand, it's a very safe base to take. In the mid game, it can't be attacked, and even if he goes drops, I mean, you can't, as long as these mutas are out. And so from, it's just a safe base to take, a safer than top left. But the problem is, come late game, it's going to be very hard for action to get the production of that hatchery into play.
Yeah, there's the Nidus. There's the Defiler Mound, so it is going to be Defilers like I was expecting. This is a massive army from Terran, by the way, but I still don't think this is enough to get through all the Sunkens. He does have +1 armor, but I don't think that's really going to be the difference maker. I think Lurkers are already done, by the way. There's still no vessel. There's still no tank. There's still no dropship. Is he gonna go for it? I mean, his army is so big, it feels like he might.
But they're Lurkers,
Yeah,
so there's no way.
Yeah, Nidus is set up, so now he can... Yep, there's the first drop, and this was an instant dropship. Like I said, no vessels. He knows that it must be there. He's gonna try... I guess he's trying to draw the Mutalis back so that he can get the drop in.
But yet the drop is a mistake, because you can't drop into these mutas.
Yeah, and
Like,
there's Scourge set up also. And he also has the Nidus, so he can even just get Lurkers in.
it is weird, because
Yeah,
you probably haven't played any practice games like this. He is going to go for the
bait.
bust.
Yeah, this is the bait. Like I was saying, he wants to get the drops in, and he draws the Mutas out of position, and he snipes the Scourge. Mutas come and back and try to save the day. Gets one of the dropships before everything completely unloads. Remember, these Marines have +1 armor.
Oh my god.
First
I can't
Lurker
believe he made
down.
that work. Wait, what was happening with
Oh,
that?
yeah.
Then he busted the suns.
Wow, that was a really amazing timing from Mind right there. I can't believe he got through so many Sunkens. And he kills the Mutas, and he kills some Lurkers. Now he still has these two. Does he have both dropships alive? I think he saved one, did he not?
Yeah, I mean, this was just such a mistake from Action. The execution completely botched there. Part of the problem was, actually, Action had Lurkers burrowed on just one side of his sunk. If he had taken the time to just shore that up, he wouldn't have even needed to bring the Mutas back. So, just very weird play. Well, it's not weird, it's just kind of the execution wasn't there on Action's behalf, and the game just crumbled completely for Zerg. Zerg's completely dead because he has no more third base, and because he opted to go for this one, it's going to be impossible for him to push out and take top left, for example.
The dropship is still alive, by the way, so you can elevator down those units that are out at the third base right now. Dark Swarms do save the day for now. okay, there are Scourge. Okay, he does eliminate that drop. Actually, that was a big win there for Action. Mine needs to consider taking a third base himself because he did a lot of damage, but you know, Action's not out of it just yet. It's double starport. Okay, the vessel count's gonna start ramping up really quickly.
Well, mine is Jesus. He's denying the third gas.
Yeah.
For quite a while now.
And that's the key building to get rid of. If Zerg is mining an additional base, that's just minerals. Who cares? Where they can build more things? They'll just build fire bats. But if they're able to build ultras, you know, more lurkers, stuff like that, then all of a sudden it can get dicey. But vessel count now at 4. Now he's starting to just get tons of damage done for free with the irradiates.
Yeah, and it's hard because from these 3 gas situations, Zerg generally favors going for something like Hydra Lurk. It's so hard to go ultras off of just three gases. But one of Zerg's production is just here. Like, it's going to be hard to constantly ferry units from this hatchery into the fight. So,
good.
Yeah. Good defense.
I was about to say that lurker killed that army real fast. He must have +1 weapon, and he does. He surprisingly rushed weapon instead of carapace. Still big econ for Action. He's got his third base actually kind of fully saturated now with the gas. He's held on. Terran committed a lot there, has actually lost a lot of his bio. Just now taking a third base. He still has a lot of vessels. Like, let's not get that twisted. He does have a lot of tech units, but his bio ball is not that big anymore.
Yeah, mine definitely, the big mistake he made was he built the Raxes before expanding. So his expansion, his third base is super late. And right about now, actually, Terran should be mining on 3 base and well, even before this, and he should be transitioning into tanks. I mean, this is for sure Hydra Lurk play, and vessels aren't going to cut it against this. They're going to get plagued. They can't really dive onto the Defiler because the Hydras will shoot them down.
Oh, man. Yeah, and this is Blitz with tiny chokes like that, where you're eating big plagues every single time. We did see JYJ make SK Terran work versus Hydra Lurker in his ASL run. He made it actually look really easy. So maybe mine can do the same thing. Action feeling so confident in his position, he's actually taking his 4th base now.
Yeah, I mean, Action is in the really... All of a sudden, I don't know, it's so weird. This game is turning constantly. For a while, it looked like mine basically ended the game, but then somehow Action retook control of his third base. And now, Mind, I mean, he's tucking into battlecruisers, but they're not really good against Hydras.
Yeah.
He needs tanks.
Hydra Defiler into BC. I mean, that's what you want. You want to plague and just Dark Swarm and kill these BCs, you know, with one shot. Here comes another attack. The vessel count is still large. I haven't seen any of the vessels die. Another big plague. But Defiler is going to die, and now most likely these lurkers are going to die to the irradiates also.
Yeah. And, well, Mind is adding his factories finally, and I think Action doesn't really have the production just yet to swarm across this bridge and into Terran's main. But the more I think about it, I mean, taking this island expansion is really good. That it doesn't take too many actions to constantly ferry the units into the Nidus and into the fight, but defending against these battlecruisers is going to be slightly annoying.
Oh my gosh, that's a lot of units being dropped. Carpet bombing this lurker. He unloads basically all 3 of the drop ships. If the BCs can focus down the Nidus, there's nothing to reinforce here. Defiler manages to make its way through, gets down the clutch Darkstorm, but there's a fire bat holding the line.
Yeah, that was an awesome play from Mind. Going for the battlecruiser drop play. And that's what he needed to crack open this base, and it looks like Action wasn't ready for it. Action going for a counterattack of his own, but the third base for Zerg is way more important than this third base for Terran, although Terran's going to mine out soon, so we're getting into some dicey territory right now.
Yeah, Terran may actually just lift their main and go towards that third base on the high ground. A really good counterattack by Action to nullify, I guess, the loss of mid-right. He still has his own third base. He's starting to take top left. He just goes to the mineral only. He's like, well, there's another base right here. I'll just go there.
Well, which is really bad for Terran. They definitely need the third gas to supplement tank production and everything.
Ooh.
So
those 3 lurkers, big spines right there. Eliminates what looked like a huge chunk of bio.
This is becoming such a scrappy game, and the 2 battlecruisers are still alive, but I can't imagine them getting much more value. Although, again, if he does some kind of drop combination with them, they could possibly infiltrate into the main, because the main stretches out pretty far down.
Yeah.
And you can see the battlecruisers actually clearing that area up.
Yeah, and I think what he has 2 dropships left over. A drop in the main could do devastating damage, which is why you see Action move a bunch of his stuff into position. That was an expensive unit to lose. BC was plagued to death, got one-shotted by Hydralisk. I need to save that one. 14 kills on that BC, very worthwhile there. And the vessel count, wow, that is a lot to say the least. But a lot of them heavily damaged. Going to intercept these defilers before they can get any spells off.
Yeah, mine really should repair some of these vessels if he can afford to, or if he can afford the actions. I mean, it does get very hectic in these situations. Got to keep microing, keep macroing, moving everywhere. There's a lot to juggle, so it is very hard to repair those vessels. But I'm looking at this nice drop from mine.
Yep, really good drop, and at the same time he's got an RV across the map. However, Action's going for another counterattack onto a third base that's just now started. Terran loses the entire army. I guess he must have loaded up a couple units there. There's also BC supporting that attack. I think it's going to take down the extractor, but look at this. He finds an opening at top left. This base, whoa, there's a Nidus here, so it may not actually be taken down.
Oh, one vessel goes down. Half of these vessels are also 1 HP. The drop does finally get cleaned up as well. D-Matrix onto the lead Marine. Lurker, though, in play now, and the upgrades are... The Lurkers do so much damage, man, with the upgrades. It's nuts.
Yeah. And Action is holding these bases. That's a huge plague. The drop got cleaned up. The bio attack at top left got cleaned up. Oh, there's another drop at this third base. The Lings may end up saving the day. The BC is still here. 18 kills now.
It's crumbling for Zerg, though. I think Terran might be overwhelming Zergs shortly here. Because the tempo seems to be in Terran's favor. I mean, Terran's attacking everywhere. Battlecruiser here, drop here, strike force over there. And Zerg's having a hard time keeping up. The supply is also kind of plummeting for Zerg, meaning they don't have that many units to defend. And Zerg really needs like a time of just chill and setup. And he's not getting that breathing space.
Yeah, and Terran did get that breathing space where they do have their third and fourth base running now. Mind has another task force going to top left. If you look at top left, he's mining the gas, but he's not mining the minerals. So not much resources coming in there. That's a lot of fire bats. These Lings are going to get murdered. He loads up immediately to top left.
Yeah, and it's so annoying because as Zerg, you have to juggle. Well, actually, that's the Nidus from the third base to the fourth base. And oh my god, he doesn't actually get... He doesn't have energy for Plague. And, I mean, Darkstorm's not going to do anything there. That's Fire Bats or his Hydra. So, slight misplay there in Action. He's going to type out GG Mind. Eliminates Action.
Yeah, that was really good play. I really did like Action's strategy there. That was a clever build. I think Mine did the right move, draw the attention to the Sunkens, go in for that Doom drop, and it did a lot of damage. Action still ended up saving the base for a long time. He actually recovered really well, but in the end, I think Mine, I guess, just played a little bit better today.
Yeah, we were talking about how Action's going to be favored going into this, but actually Mind... You know, Mind... As long as he's not playing any Terrans in the ASL,
I know
he does really well.
Yeah, he does. He just like in that season a few seasons ago, he was just plowing through everybody. I remember his game on, it was either Allegro back then or Retro. Like, he looked like he was in a bad spot, then he did a massive drop and hit like 3 locations at once, and it just completely turned the tide. Just like in this game, like he's attacking. He does this BC setup, does this drop at the same time, has vessels come in here. And if you look in the middle of the map, even though these lurkers chew through this army in the middle, he also has army in the middle of the map doing stuff.
Yeah, he played really well against Action, and it didn't really seem close. And we've been talking about how Action has been kind of a Terran killer, especially in ASL, but just in general, he's known for his ZVT. Mind kind of dispatched him fairly convincingly.
Yeah, it's a really solid play. You know, I was worried when I saw the 14-minute command center at bottom left. I was thinking, wow, that's really late. But we're going to be going into a break, and then we'll be back with our final match of the day. Okay, we are in the final match of the round of 16. We've got Sharp versus Mind, a rematch from earlier. Who's going to make it out? Will Sharp plow through Mind twice in a row, or will Mind finally get some redemption here?
Yeah, well, We do know that at least another Terran is going to make it through here, so Rush isn't going to be the sole Terran representative in the round of 8.
Yeah.
First game today, we saw Sharp kind of dominate mine, though.
Yeah, the multitask was pretty nasty from Sharp. Macro was really good. And mine's going to need to come up with something special like he has been doing in TVZ because he was just behind the whole game. You know, I guess it was best of 1, so maybe don't think about it too much. But I wonder what maps will be. Will we see Citadel here? Will we see Radion? Will we see, 2-player maps come in to play? Let's see. Oh, and as I say that, it's all 4-player maps. Citadel, Retro, and Radion. Nobody actually wants to play a 2-player map. Look at that, alternating 2-player map bans. Dark Origin by Sharp, Blitz by Mind. And we're ready, so let's get into game 1. So, in the top left, we do have Sharp.
In the bottom right, in the blue, it's Mind.
What do you think Mind needs to change, if anything, going into the series? Or is it just... Or do you think his strategy was fine and just got outplayed a little bit on Apocalypse?
I don't know. Like I mentioned earlier, I think it was really just getting outplayed. So we'll have to see in this game, in the second game that they played today. Of course, the first game of this set. Can Mind kind of just perform slightly better? Can he just get a better position? We'll see. We'll see.
Right, well, we don't see any shenanigans, no 8 Raxes, no BBS. This will just be a normal opener from both sides. 14cc, actually, a common build in TVT. We could see that. Oh, that was a late depot, was it?
That was a 1-minute depot.
Ooh.
Yeah,
maybe
mine
messed up boosting or something?
Yeah, I don't know. He forgot to put the depot, but that's a bit unnerving, obviously, as a player. It is going to slightly delay his SCV at some point.
Maybe he's trying to rush his gas faster? Maybe he's doing 11 class? He is. No. Look at that. Whoa, whoa. No, it's a 10. It's a 10-10-10. 129 gas coming down.
Okay. Well, I guess that was on purpose then.
Yeah. And we do have the typical opener from Sharp, 12 gas coming in. Now, Terrans have been experimenting with different gas timings in TVP. You can punish 12 Nexus with a faster Vulture, but in TVT, at least from my experience, I haven't really come up with a 10-10-10 timing that punishes something from the opposing Terran. So I'm curious how he'll use this.
This is going to be like a center factory, I think. Maybe center 2 fact?
I don't think. Yeah. I actually think it's probably going to be maybe like Wraith, or maybe he's going to do like a 1 fact, 1 port on 1 base, and just have a ton of gas built up.
No, 220 fact. Okay. I mean, I don't know. This is weird. I think. Is he still mining gas?
No, he pulled off gas.
I really think Mind probably built his depot late and then adjusted his build, because this I don't think is optimal.
Yeah, it's a little messed up, but it's not catastrophic. He'll be able to play out of this just fine. It will mean that if Sharp does cut a Vulture at any point, he could be in trouble.
Well, so he's mining with 2 on gas this entire time, so it might be a starport, but
yeah, I guess he's
also not saving money, because I'm assuming when this factory finishes, he wants to put a Vulture. He wants to start the Vulture.
Well, you might be right about the center factory then. The SCV is being chased down by that Marine in the middle of the map. But if the SCV can actually avoid it, maybe he proxies a factory at top middle or something.
Late 2 port.
It could be. He's got a lot of gas, man. There's no command center. There's also, critically, what Sharp saw was there was no SCV that got sent to the natural to build a command center. So he should know that something's weird. And you're right, it is a proxy factory.
I mean, that's just so weird. Oh, this is so weird, man. I can't tell if mine is he premeditated this, or if he's just botching a lot of aspects. I mean, you can't imagine. He played really well against the action, so I don't think there's any jitters or anything, but I'm not sure he's very decisive on what he wants to do here, and maybe he doesn't feel after that first game against Sharp.
There's a bunker.
Maybe he doesn't feel that confident.
I think there's a bunker being built, and bunker is going to shut down this Ultramarine play. Well, at least I think there is. Did it already get loaded up? Okay, it must have. There's something. See, the thing is Sharp, I think, already knows something's weird. You see he's got an SCV body blocking his ramp. He also knows that he lost track of that SCV, and like I said, he didn't see an SCV coming to build a command center. So everything's just very weird. Now, of course, he gets in and knows that, hey, dude, you're doing something very crazy. And he's actually going to get in here and kill some workers.
Yeah, this is just so confusing for Mind. I think this was really... I don't see the idea here. I'm not quite sure what the idea is. But, you know, double factory with add-on...
Oh, it's a mind game. Because he thinks that it's 2-port rate. So now he's going to have 2-fact tank.
Yeah.
And just blast these tanks and bunkers and Goliaths.
Yeah, and, well, even if he doesn't, he can actually just set up a nasty contain. Like, it's so hard to push out of this as Sharp if I mean, yeah, I don't know what to expect. I think it would be really annoying if Mind just set up on this high ground and then expanded. It would be hard to deal with on Sharp's end. And Sharp would have to go for a starport. He'd have to make something happen. It would be hard for him to get out of his base. Just very weird situation.
Well, if he does set up a massive contain, it is going to be hard to, you know, cover everything, because he doesn't have a natural for more econ. Like, he can't afford turrets and mess. Oh my gosh, the siege is first for Sharp, but he actually loses his first tank. He loses his second tank. There's one tank left over. Now he has no tanks. Hopefully he's building another tank in his main. It's not a Goliath, because if it's the Goliath ain't helping him in this fight. He needs... Okay, he does have a tank come down, but he is in trouble versus this 2-fact.
Is this Vulture? Yeah, he has...
Oh, he's got mines.
Vulture all in?
He's got mines. Oh, he just needs to explode the mine. Oh, he lost the tank. Oh, clutch snipe with that SCV. That tank in the back is going to get... Oh, both of them just trade.
Yeah, well, that was really good for Sharp, obviously. The more trades,
whoa,
it's a GG. Okay.
Whoa, mega all in, 2-fact from Mind ends up not working. It really looked like it might end up working with the mines, but Sharp clutched it there. That was like 1-fact production for a long time. So to hold a 2-fact that was, you know, straight tanks, that's impressive.
Well, yeah, but that was like a very delayed 2-fact, like just a very weird game from Mind. That I don't know what to think about that. Whoa. Yeah, I'm kind of at a loss for words, honestly. The first game they played, Mind looked outclassed, and this game he looked like really jittery and undecisive. Like, I don't think there's a clear plan from the beginning. Like, generally when players have like a premeditated builder like that, they're more decisive with where they send their workers. And why would he mine with just 2 on gas? And I'm not sure, Nyoken. I'm not sure. I don't like what I see, though.
Well, I can tell you, Sharp there likes what he sees. He likes that W on the side of his screen. He is 1 game away from making it into the round of 8. I think he also made round of 8 last season or so. So this is back-to-back rounds of 8 for him. So it would be a really high-placing finish for him. Maybe he can do it here. We're going into Retro Game 2. So in the bottom left, 1 game away, it is Sharp.
And in the bottom right, Mind. Yeah, Sharp's made round of 8 several times, man. Like he's had very Sharp does really well in ASL. He's just I think he's probably the most underrated player.
Well, he's definitely turned it up a notch this particular season. Crushed through in the first game. He had really close games versus Snow. Smacked him on Retro, in fact. And we've got a Sharp fan all the way from Canada.
Yeah. Lots of foreigners visiting and dropping by the studio. It's really cool to see.
Okay, saw Sharp floating all that money, I was like, well, there's no FCV in the center of the map. This is not going to be a Rax, I don't think. This time around, mine did not go for the weird depot timing. I'm imagining this is just going to be a normal 12 gas.
Yeah, that's what's weird is, God, everything about that game was weird. There's really no reason for mine to sacrifice his eco just to get a 220 factory. Like, generally, the 11 gas in TVP, you know, there's some real value behind getting the Vulture much faster, but in TVT, everyone really favors just maximizing their worker count, and yeah, 12 gas is what you do for that.
The only situation I've come up with where 11 gas could be impactful is, like, let's say you get your factory 5-6 seconds faster than the opposing player. If the opposing player puts down an add-on and you just continue to make vultures and you know that, well, then they're kind of screwed, right? But that's like the only situation where I've experimented and had success with. We actually have a pretty far forward Rax from Sharp, and look at this, Mind, no gas this time. He's going to go into gasless.
Yeah, and the forward Rax here from Sharp means, well, it's nice to occasionally catch very greedy openings, such as this one. Unfortunately for Sharp, Mind isn't top left. But if it was like a command center first, he could also instantly win the game. So he's feeling like Mind is probably going to try and pull something like this. And, yeah, I mean, it's kind of a good read, but it's not going to pay off this time.
Yep, and we've seen a couple gasless games so far in ASL, and in general, the opposing player that's gone for gas ends up going mines, tries to set up a contain, or, you know, like a mine contain, try and power out of it. We've seen JYJ exploit some players trying to catch up by taking a fast third base by just hitting them with a solid 4-fact timing. I wonder if Mind will try and do something along those lines. Marine is going to not see anything, doesn't even get deep enough to see the command center.
Yeah, and it takes a lot of damage there, so very unfortunate for Sharp. He will get the factory on time, and now Sharp will have a lot of options to dealing with this command center. We'll have to see if he opts to go for a vulture opening or tank. Well, killing the SCV is huge there, because now, I mean, Mind has no clue what Sharp is doing.
Yeah, it could be gasless for Sharp himself. He's going to most likely have to build a bunker. But actually, is that a depot plus Rax wall? I can't imagine that being a depot plus Rax wall. It must be a bunker plus Rax. SCV is going to get cut off. Now, as far as Sharp's intel, he's going to lose his SCV, and if, Mind actually has options here. A lot of times when you see gasless, opposing player ends up going for 2-port raid. We'll see if that's actually going to be something Mind pulls out.
Yeah, but it looks like he's going to start making tanks. And, yeah, very interesting that he didn't go... I'm not sure if he knew it was a command center early. Actually, that's there's no way he has a second factory with a tank and machine shop going, so it's going to be Vulture Mines. Yeah, just very standard response here.
Yep, and with 3 Marines, this Rax is not going to really be able to get in and see anything. Vulture saying, I want in, bro. You got to let me see something.
That's really cute from Sharp, trying to cover that Rax.
Well, he needs to know. You need to at least see the factory count, and then you can kind of deduce at least there's at least 1 starport.
I mean, it's strange because if he really wanted information, he could just float the Rax to the natural, and then you see if your opponent takes the gas or not, and then you know if it's starport. So he doesn't really need to do it like this, and now his Rax is pushed into the red. But yeah, I mean, he knows there's only 1 factory and an add-on, so very likely it's a starport play. But this build from Sharp, it's catch-all. He should have an armory. Yeah, it's at the natural, and he'll be just fine against this.
Yep, and with it only being 1 starport, the race aren't really that impactful. It is going to be a 3-fact really quickly as a follow-up from Mind. I'm not sure what he's looking to do with this starport. I'm assuming he's building at least one Wraith, but maybe he's intending to go drops afterwards?
Yeah, very strange. He will still be making tanks. No, I think he can just afford this much. I think he's only going to make one Wraith. And that's why he can quickly get into more factories. And I like this opening from Mind. It's very safe. It catches everything. We got to remember that Mind actually has been playing blind, right? Like, he didn't even see the command center with the SCV. So potentially Sharp could have been all-inning. And fact port is the best overall response to anything your opponent might be doing, and now he's transitioning into more of a standard macro play, so you can understand the decision making from Mind.
Now, I love the vision from Sharp. He sees everything, and it is a 4-fact, but it's a little bit delayed because of that single Wraith in comparison to JYJ's version of this. But this may catch Sharp like off guard, like, wow, dude, you have a surprising amount of ground units. It also forces out Goliath, which you don't necessarily really want. And Sharp, or Mind, already has 3 tanks, but Sharp, he's on the prowl. He spotted the units moving out with his mines, of course.
Yeah, and well, Mind actually has a pretty nice opening here. He got the Rax expand without taking any damage. And now he's transitioning into 4 factory, and he has the starport, so he has a lot of infrastructure compared to his opponent. He's going to be able to produce way more units, and they're kind of equal supply right now, so honestly, I really like Mind's position.
I like Mind's build order, but I do like Sharp's movement a little bit better. He seems like he's controlling at least the key positions a little bit better. Like, if he gets bottom middle, that's obviously a very important base. But Mind's moving all the way towards top left. That leaves him completely exposed, though, and Sharp seems to be keen of that. You see him matching the movement.
Yeah, I think Mind's just trying to prevent Sharp from taking a 3rd base too early. But he hasn't yet expanded, though. If Mind gets the siege here for free, I mean, that creates a lot of problems for Sharp in the long term. But oh, okay, well, he got scanned. I don't know, Mind's trying to be tricky, but he gets caught.
Ooh, and that was an immediate focus fire on that tank. Like, don't even try that, bro. You're gonna just get sniped immediately. Now, you know, sometimes players make a move like that, and, you know, they realize their opponent's gonna unsiege like what Sharp just did, and then they go in again immediately, but instead Mind backs off. He's gonna try and take a 3rd command center himself, and now I'm worried that his units are stuck here.
Yeah, Mind really isn't playing with confidence. He's trying to trick his opponent, you know, go for these kind of random plays, and Sharp gets on top of these tanks. The vultures do not have mines because he laid them all out, but, you know, they will trade supply for supply, and ultimately, pretty even situation.
Yeah, that was a nice move. Ends up saving his units up there. Good reinforcements from Mind. But still, Sharp is faster on the gun. He's out in the center of the map a little bit quicker, but it looks like we may have another engagement as both players get their armies together. Sharp, okay, I thought there was an SCV down there, but he still does not have his 3rd command center started yet. He tried to go mid-left, but there's a random Marine preventing that from happening.
Yeah, and there's a minefield there that he has to deal with. Sharp might actually expand to 6 o'clock. Okay, Sharp's gonna try his own move. There's no tanks here to stop Sharp from getting into position, and honestly, if he sieges and takes control of the bridge, oh my god, this is huge!
Yeah, it is huge. He spots that there's multiple Wraiths there, so he does need to be careful to not lose his single Goliath. But you're right, this is a killer position for Sharp to be in. The tank, I mean, that Goliath is at the front, man. Yeah, he needs to evac it, because if he doesn't, the race can clean up.
Yeah, but I think Mind averted the crisis here. Okay, he's bleeding more tanks. I mean, Sharp, he didn't commit completely. If he can reposition some of these tanks and actually cut off circulation there, but he's not going to be able to do so, the Wraiths are going to clean this up.
Look, Sharp is got so many vultures. He's going to clean up these 2 tanks. He may use these vultures to run by to the mid-left or mid-right. Okay, there is some defense there, but I was going to say, Sharp's supply is really high. He's got like 6 facts in his main, if I see that correctly, or 5 at least. More Goliaths coming in. Repair is pretty clutch here to save that tank. He's also taking top left natural as his third base.
Where are Mine's tanks? They disappeared. It looks like Mine's trying to get some counterplay going, but in so doing, opening himself up to this kind of weird soft contain, or supply lines cut off, or whatever this move is Sharp's doing. And I mean, Mind, his third base is faster. He does have cloak, he does have a lot of wraiths. If he needs to start mining that gas though at his third.
I'm just wondering, how is Sharp's supply so high? He's up 20 supply. How does that happen? He's on 6 fact. He's building some wraiths himself. He does have his third and fourth command center. Third is done, but fourth command center coming down. Mind has higher tier units, like he has mostly tanks and wraiths, but his supply is much lower.
Yeah, and this is going to be a pretty nasty timing here from Sharp. He does have +1. I haven't seen the upgrades yet on Mind's units. I wasn't paying attention. Okay, they both have +1.
I think he can bust this if he was feeling confident in moving in. There's not that many tanks. There's like 4 wraiths also, but obviously Goliaths are going to shred that. And there's almost no support to the tanks with Vultures or Goliaths for Mind. But Sharp not going to go for it. Instead, just going to focus on his production and getting his bases up and running. I don't think I've seen a transfer of SCVs to top left, so there's actually not a lot of econ for Sharp coming from that base.
Yeah, Mine's third base was much faster, and it has been mining this whole time. But like you've been mentioning this whole, you've been mentioning a lot, Nyoken, how Sharp's supply has just been constantly higher. So I do wonder what gives, where does Mine's extra resources go into? And I think if Mine can take the 6 o'clock position, that would be really good for him, actually.
Yeah, he needs that, and he does have control over it. Big mine hit there. No, does not actually get the killing blow on that Goliath, but up a base is Sharp. He's got his science facility done. He's got wraiths himself. I don't think they've been spotted either, but I don't think he has enough wraiths to really contest the opposing player's wraiths.
Yeah, and I think we're slowly going to settle into a longer game here, where both players seemingly are even. Sharp does have a faster fourth base. They're both trying to fight over 12 and 6 o'clock, because if this map gets split, these two bases are the ones that are going to be the most contested.
Yeah, you definitely don't want to let somebody get it and you can't get the other side. So it's a very important base, but it does draw a ton of stuff to top middle. And Sharp did not respect that Mind could just immediately hit this base. And this is, what, 7 tanks versus 0 now? Mind may have found the opening. We've got a Vulture run by to top right to try and shut down this base from completing, but this base might be knocked out, and there's a lot of SCVs mining there now. Sharp cannot afford to lose this. Good focus fire on that tank. He needs the race up here ASAP to help try and defend this.
Yeah, I wasn't Sharp building race. I think they're on the way, and they're basically going to stop this. Mind has been playing so aggressively, man. You can see he's not entirely comfortable with just splitting the map and expanding. He's constantly trying to go for these attacks, like that you wouldn't expect, that Sharp wouldn't expect, trying to catch him off guard. But Sharp has been, well, for lack of a better word, sharp in his defense. You know, he's had a keen eye. Oh, here comes an attack.
Yep, dropping on top of the tank. There's only one there. There's D-Matrix, or a potential D-Matrix. Tanks trying to push their way through. Looks like we may just have a trade of units. Never mind. D-Matrix does come down clutch.
Yeah, and Mind taking up the middle of the map is pretty huge, but Sharp, likewise, denying top right for such a long time has been a nuisance, and Sharp's been mining from 4 bases now for a while and taking that top left, and he's not really getting harassed anymore. Mind expanding to the 6 o'clock.
We may actually get into a split map game unless something huge happens, and we do see the first drop ships being moved but at the same time, there's a counter to bottom middle, so that means that the dropships are just going to unload and defend this. There's also 4 race to support here. So Sharp, I don't think is going to be able to get through this. By the way, those race that Sharp built, he did send to top middle, but he hasn't used on the tanks at all. There he goes. Now he... I thought he was going to use them, but it doesn't look like it.
Yeah, Sharp is trying to harass here at 6 o'clock, but mine has rates here too, and yeah, well, he will unload onto this base and counter drop on top of mine. By the way, Nyoken, did your stream crash?
Did it crash?
I think so. And well, Sharp's gonna clean this up. I don't know if that was the damage. That was a lot of SUVs that died. I don't know if it was the damage Mind was looking for. He did lose 6 o'clock, which is a massive blow to him. Oh, but is it still recording or whatever?
Yeah, it's still recording, so I guess we'll just
that's good.
do that then. I'm hoping it's recording. Let me check. It says it's recording, so I guess we'll just go with that. Anyways, we have a massive attack here from Mind at the front. I don't think he got the damage that he's looking for at mid-left. Sharp is still up 20 supply, but Sharp can't do anything about this top right base. Like, he doesn't have control over the center. Like, it's clearly map control in favor of Mind right now. But as I say that, Sharp does have 3 dropships. 3 is not that strong, though. He needs something like 6 to do catastrophic damage. Mind is sharking around with dropships himself. I think he'll just mirror this movement once he sees it at top right.
Oh, the stream's back on, so...
It is?
Good. Yeah. And, well, the drops are going to unload here at top right. Man, Sharp's just putting on so much pressure, and Mind hasn't really had... You know, Sharp's economy has been untouched. I mean, besides that drop at mid-left, killed a couple of SCVs, but it's not like it denied a base outright, and Mind has been, you know, his 6 o'clock was denied. Sharp's been mining on this top left portion for quite a while now, and uninterrupted, and his tempo is just steady. He doesn't really have to react to what Mind is doing, but Mind has to react to what Sharp's doing.
Yeah, this is such a fast-paced game. Supplies are so close the entire game. It's not very many tanks that they're attacking with either. They're just going with small task force and doing a lot of damage. As the observer points out, +2's done. He tries to focus down that tank before it can kill it. Not able to knock down any of them, though.
Yeah, this game Mind actually has a slight upgrade advantage. He's on 3-1, whereas Sharp is still on 2-0, so we'll be looking to see if Sharp can kind of get his upgrades back to scrap here. Mind with a big drop. Is this the moment he was looking for?
Yeah, he should have gone, unless those are race. Okay, well, they are race, so I guess he shouldn't have gone. But 6 dropships, like I said, that's really what you're looking for. If you can get a big drop-off, like at top left where there's no defense, that would be insane damage. He could also threaten the low ground base at the same time. But what I'm liking here is that Mind, he's got better control over the center. He can start taking top middle, or bottom middle if he wants.
Yeah. Yeah, Mind says wrestled himself into a nice position here, especially because he has this forward tank line in between Sharp's natural and the 6 o'clock, and that's really restricting a lot of Sharp's movement. But you can see Sharp moved a lot of his units through his 9 o'clock into the middle of the map.
Okay, another unload here. Another tank on. Maybe another tank on, actually. Gonna trade a tank for a dropship. No, didn't even get the dropship. Just action everywhere. 170 versus 190. Another bomb on top of these tanks. Those are gone.
Yeah, it's hard to tell who's gonna end up in the better position once the dust settles. Again, Mind losing control of 6 o'clock is annoying, but he does have control over 12 o'clock at this point. The supplies have stabilized, and despite the fact that Mind has been mining less, it seems like the resources now are even, which should be good for Mind, because then he has more total resources to work with in the long term. So, yeah, I mean, pretty even game so far.
I don't think he can drop anywhere, but I was going to say, I think Sharp, making a smart move, he's going to try and take bottom middle. Oh, actually, he's going to drop here and try and come in with his army that was at 6, but there's still 3 tanks here, 4 tanks, 5 tanks. Meanwhile, Mind, I think he's sending his dropships back to help defend. May just try and clean this up.
Yeah, very conservative from Mind because Sharp's drop basically whiffed, so it didn't really accomplish anything. So whenever your drop accomplishes nothing, it's your turn, your opponent's turn in a sense. So, and I don't think Mind did anything with his drop. So now we're kind of reset to neutral, as it were, and well, Sharp pushed this contain out from Mind, so that was a huge win for him.
Yeah, he needed to get rid of that. That vessel also had double D-Matrix. He didn't get off a single cast. And at the same time, Mind did push the 6, but he retreated, and now Sharp just retakes it. Still no command center at this base. Both players denying the middle bases, and we've got dead even supply. I don't think anybody's going battle cruisers either. It's just pure factory man from both sides, mass drops.
Yeah, I mean this map is pretty huge, so it's unless you know, you can start spamming turrets all over the map, limiting the dropship movement. Okay, it looks like Mind's gonna take another carpet bomb to Sharp's base. Well, until this map gets properly, securely split, we're gonna constantly see this battle of movement, and seems like the players are constantly trading supply, so no stability is being reached by either side.
And Sharp's crawling back. He's gotten more ground. If you look at the mini-map, it's almost evenly split. Finally, we see someone take the middle, top middle for Mind. So Sharp needs to get his bottom middle base up and running. Definitely do not want to be down in econ in a game like this. But we have mass drops going to top middle, and actually, there's not that much defense there. He's not going to commit. Or maybe it's not full dropships? It wasn't full. Okay.
Yeah. And,
well, opening. Oh, but dropships are coming for Mind. This could be a mistake. Oh, no, it's not. Not in time.
Let's see where Mind takes his drops. Well, he's gonna respect the Sharp's unload and try and defend it. And oh my god, Sharp's actually gonna pull the trigger here and push through the middle of the map, trying to clean up as much as he can from Mind. The supplies are looking good in his favor, so possibly that was a good trade. And now he has a lot of space in the middle of the map. Mind suddenly losing control.
Yeah, and I forgot about the center of the map having minerals. Sharp now has sort of control over the center. He could start distance mining that if he wants. Instead, he's going to take bottom middle. He's loading up more drop ships. Wow, yeah. This is 8 drops for Mind.
The resources in the middle map are interesting, but it's not like a fighting spirit where there's also gas available, so minerals aren't really too important in this matchup going into the late game. And you know, the middle of the map, it is nice to have airspace over it. You can kind of rotate much faster, and so far neither player is feeling comfortable. I mean, again, this map is so big, it's hard to split it properly, and you can see movement is, I mean, this is a battle of movement.
Yeah. And the movement is in favor of Sharp right now, but the siege mode is in favor of Mind, I think. Wow, there's so much stuff coming from Sharp, but this is an overstep. Like, these tanks are in siege, whereas Sharp's are not. That's a big hit. Whoa, that's a big hit. He takes down like 4 tanks right there.
They're actually both trading like very evenly. Sharp, I think, took a lot of damage onto his dropships. I'm not sure if he lost any of them. But, you know, both players are on at least double starport, just pumping out those dropships. And, you know, so far they've kind of been exchanging blows, and no one's been getting a significant lead from any of these exchanges.
Oh, that was a clutch attack right there. Clear out the tanks before the other tanks could get into position. Just barely out of range of those tanks. Get off some killing blows. Mind is now up almost 20 supply. Sharp still controls the center technically. Mind has his top middle base up and running a little bit more effectively than Sharp. I think Sharp just now finally transferred some workers over there.
Yeah, and now we're kind of back to neutral again. Both players trying to outposition their opponent. But there doesn't really seem, and the longer this lasts, you know, the more actions the players get to place turrets. For example, you can see Mind, he's starting to have a turret ring around his main. That's one problem for Sharp though. Although I think in between the 9 o'clock and top left, that area, I think those are turrets. I'm not sure if those are mines or turrets, but both players should be in the downtime spamming as many turrets as they possibly can.
Well, this might have been a mistake. There's just so much Terran for Mind. It immediately reinforces there, and Sharp is going to be denied again. It seems like we're just going to have kind of like a stalemate. Both players just drop over and over. And since Sharp controls the center, if he can just, he should just build a command center there. Just start mining it, because then it forces Mind to do something about it.
Yeah, the extra resources could help, I guess, but just minerals. So we'll see if he does choose to do that. Actually, Sharp found a nice opening here to the top right. How deep in can he push, though?
Well, this is another thing about controlling the center. Sharp can, you know, unsiege freely and make moves like this, whereas if Mind wants to match it, he can only get there by dropship. Like, he can't go through the center. He's just going to get mauled by these tanks. One thing I will point out is neither player has D-Matrix. If there's a D-Matrix in some of these fights, they could bust the position.
Yeah, but supply is tight, so it is hard to afford that single vessel. I think Sharp's making a lot of progress, actually.
Yeah, he may have found an opening. In fact, it looks like Mind's giving up top right. I think he knows that he can't hold it, and instead made Doom drop bottom middle or the main. There he goes. Well, I think he's got to go to the main. I think he's got to go for the throat. There is nothing there. There's not even Mind set up.
The main or top left, but actually Sharp is ready. Oh, does he lose any dropships on the way there? No.
Is there any Goliaths? I don't see any Goliaths.
There's no going top left.
He's going
no defense top left.
That's a huge move. He's going to shut down this base.
Wow, I can't believe he actually found the hole in the turret defense. That was turrets there, and this was a massive drop, actually, because basically Mind, he might have, Sharp might have 2 of his bases compromised here.
Yeah, he cannot hold either of these bases. Luckily for him, I guess he mined it out. What Sharp needs to do now is try and bust top middle. He can sack top left if he gets top middle, and that's exactly what he's doing.
He can also kill top right. His drops are going to top right.
Yeah.
Even if they're not loaded, he can load a lot of these units. And Mind's going to have to defend his own kind of alternate main.
Yeah. Oh, this is a wild game. This is one of the better TVTs. Look at this. Look at this. Mind knows that, hey, I'm about to lose my own top right base, so I need to get the hell out of here. But it's going to take him so long to get back. He's going to instead drop mid left. No, he's not. Oh, he is. I think he needs to go to the main with this, because this is basically a mined out base. And Sharp may have turned this game on its head.
Yeah, I don't know. This is so hectic. Both players are going to trade. This has been like a blow for blow, totally 50% game. I think what it's going to come down to, though, is that Sharp is going to be mining 6 o'clock.
Yeah, I will say Mine has a lot of gas in comparison to Sharp. Its supplies are still basically dead even. I hope Sharp realizes that mid left is probably going to come down to bottom left, because if he gets Doom dropped right now, he's in trouble. But instead, Mine goes to top left again. He really wants to deny this base, but like you said, Sharp's just going to take top middle.
Well, the fact that Mine is holding on to the natural expansion of top right is massive, because it's supplementing him.
Well, my issue... Oh, I think this... Is this it? No, actually, he killed all of the tanks. Actually, what's at top middle anymore? What I was going to say is, Mine's only mining on one base, by the way. The natural bottom right.
He's going to waste a lot of supply doing this. And there's Mine still, and the tanks are just going to trade so well. And Mine has nothing in these drops. Looks like Sharp is reinforcing top right as well.
He killed all of the tanks. So all that's left is Goliaths. These Goliaths are going to get killed. Okay, well, I guess there are 2 tanks, but this is definitely not enough. Mine needs to scramble to get some more units up there to top middle, but he's just too late. The dropships haven't even loaded up. Massive supply swing. It's still back down to even. Where does Mine go now with this? There's not that many turrets down here. Not that much of defense. Look at Sharp. He's scrambling to bottom middle. He figures something's coming.
6 o'clock for sure. This is the only place he can go quickly.
This is it.
But, I mean, Sharp's already in position. Sieging on the low ground is going to be super helpful as well. And let's see how it plays out. I mean, Mine does clean up these tanks, but from the low ground there, the tanks do range the ramp into 6 o'clock. So I think Sharp will be able to defend this, and that's massive because defending 6 o'clock and defending 12 o'clock, that's Sharp's win condition. Mind supply is plummeting.
Yeah, it just went completely down the dumps. He sent everything for that, including the SCVs. Command Center is going to get taken down, and this has got to be it. Like, there's just nothing left for Mind, really. He's desperately trying to reposition his units in the dropships, but he just doesn't have critical mass anymore. I guess this is his last-ditch effort. Look at how low those dropships are, by the way. If they get hit by one single shot from the Goliath, they're all dead.
Yeah, and that's it. I think he's going to try and push out top right to try and expand himself.
Goodbye dropships.
Yeah, he's lost basically everything here. And he's barely mining. He's so poor. He needs to, even in that small bank, he needs to find room for an extra command center. Actually, he's floating the 3 o'clock command center to the top right.
Look at Sharp's gas, by the way. 22 gas. So I guess for now it's not over yet, but Sharp, once he starts getting that gas income coming online, he will be fine. Like you said, Mind is repositioning his command center at mid-right to top right, so technically both players are still going to be on 2-base mining. This is a wild game. I don't know what's at top left. I would like to see what's up there. If he clears this, he's going to clear it right now, and he's going to retake top left.
Yeah, I mean, long term, this is really bad for Mind because eventually Sharp will take over top left again and have all these resources. And actually, this is the kind of game where the resources in the middle of the map will matter. If it was like a split map, battlecruiser versus battlecruiser, like whoever wins the battlecruiser fight wins, then the middle map resources are kind of irrelevant. But in this case, like in a slugfest where you can just mine gas out of depleted geysers, every mineral you have counts.
Yep, everything really does matter. Barely hanging on by the skin of his teeth is Mine. He's got top right up and running again. Sharp starting to take top left again. He's rebuilt those refineries, so now he actually has some gas income. He's up 50 supply now. The dropship count has been reset down to 3 from what was it, 8 or 9? So this is really dire straits for Mine. Oh, Sharp is like, you're not... Okay, I don't even know if he has anything loaded up, but that was a mistake right there.
Well, Mine's got to know he's up against the ropes and just struggling to make something happen here. Where does he go with these drops? I'm not sure. I don't think there's really a clear path here for Blue.
Yeah, Blue's in big time trouble now that he's lost momentum, and now that the game's kind of stalling, where both players are just rebuilding up. Sharp, he's just able to defend everywhere now at this point. He's got that base defended clearly. He's got bottom middle defended clearly. And now the bad news is top left has been taken. It's going to be up and running.
Yeah, Mind does find a hole here. I must say, I think if Sharp was a bit better with building turrets all over the map, where he has space, this game would have been much cleaner for him. But, I mean, as played, Sharp basically dominated Mind today in 3 games. I think this game's kind of coming to the conclusion here that, well, Mind has nothing he can do.
Yeah, he doesn't really have many tanks left, at least to use offensively. He can, of course, can defend his bases, but he needs to do something about top left. If he doesn't do anything about top left or the center, he'll just eventually lose out. That's the main issue here. And Sharp's just going back and forth, just making sure that can't happen.
Yeah, that's totally right. And I think we are going to be waiting here to see Mind's final push. Where does he go with it? But I think he's going to have one more punch left in him before he taps out.
By the way, Mind didn't take the gas at top right, so he's going to be in the situation that Sharp was a moment ago, where he's just basically got no gas income. Everything's going to top middle for Mind. This is it. He even has everything right here, so he can instantly unload and reload. But everything's set up. This is disaster.
That's it.
GG scans.
I think Mind's gonna tap out momentarily here. GG.
That was a pretty nuts game. Insanely back and forth. Both players matching each other with the drop shifts, but the movement a little bit too good from Sharp. When I saw mine get the top left drop, I thought, wow, that's it. He's done it. But good recovery from Sharp there.
Yeah. Sharp played Sharp basically just dominated his games against mine. Of course, this last game was very, very even throughout. And I think mine played really well and brought it back, especially from having a rough first 2 games against Sharp. But yeah, I mean, Sharp, it was surprising. Mine did beat Action, and Sharp really only had to beat mine to advance from this group, which was his pick coming into this group. So he's going to be really happy about that.
For sure he is. And that means that Sharp will join the rest of the players in the round of 8. So we've got Rush and Sharp for Terran. We've got Snow, Best, Bisu, Mini, and then we've got, of course, Hero and Sulky as our round of 8. I mean, that's a pretty stellar round of 8.
Yeah, I think this is possibly one of the best round of 8s in a really, really long time. I'm really excited for this. Are we gonna have the round of 8 draws today?
I think they do it immediately afterwards, if I remember correctly.
Like after they're gonna interview Sharp and then they're gonna do the round of 8 draw. Yeah, so we'll get to see the brackets.
Yeah, I think that's how it works, if I remember correctly. This is one of the key moves right here. Is mine had a good drop here, but the thing is Sharp saw it coming, so he moves everything into position. And this was mine throwing everything at bottom middle, hoping that it was the correct move, but just too many tanks. These tanks, obviously, they're bouncing off the wall there, not able to get into position. And when this didn't work, there's almost no hope left for mine.
Yeah, absolutely. And especially because eventually Sharp, if he holds on to 6 and 12 o'clock, he can claw his way back into the top left side of the map, whereas mine would be relegated to his side of the map. And yeah, good victory there. Not to mention also that 6 and 12 were fresh bases, whereas mine basically almost mined out top right. And look at this. I think they're all Sharp's fans. They stayed until the end.
Yeah, 4 hours. I mean, they're dedicated there. They're really rooting for their boy Sharp. I was impressed with mine's play. Like, he really brought it in his last game especially, but this guy right here, just on another level, ends up winning 2-0. The first game, a bit one-sided, but second game, very, very close.
Yeah, and Sharp, he's going to make a round of 8 twice in a row here. Really good performance from him. Of course, he had that seed, which allowed him to basically pick his opponent, and his opponent was mined.
Yep.
And, I mean, mine did his job. He lost to Sharp, then he won against Action, then he lost to Sharp again. So Sharp really only had to beat mine to get out of this group.
So it went according to plan.
Yeah, pretty much. Or keikakudori, as they would say.
Oh, is that what they say in Japanese?
Yeah, man. You ever watch Death Note?
No.
Oh.
Nope. I'm just
You gotta learn your memes, man. It's 2024.
I don't know the memes either. I don't know the slang, man. You gotta teach me.
Do you know what a meme is?
I know what a meme is. I've been talking to Fatter a little bit, you know.
Yeah. He's a living meme.
He is, indeed. He informs me of the lingo, though. I'll message him every now and then, like, what's this mean?
Yeah. Well, we all have our Zoomer friends.
Indeed. Well, Sharp looked pretty strong, of course, in the TVT, but he also looked pretty good in TVP. Of course, unfortunately, he ran into the boss, which is Snow. But if
Boss Bates.
Boss Bates. If I was him, I would be rooting for getting either Rush. I know you love Rush, but Sharp's TVT is really good, or one of these Protoss players other than Snow. I think he's got a good shot versus the remaining 3.
Yeah, I mean, he got out of the group in second place, which means in the round of 4, he will only be able to be matched against the first place of not this group.
Yeah, so we gotta go look. We gotta go look and see who that is. So who he could potentially play.
Who
Can't play Rush, but he can play Best.
he can't play. He can only play
Ooh.
Sulky, Best, and Hero.
Ooh, that's painful.
Right? It was Hero.
Yeah.
Wait, who got out of? Who was Hero and Mini? Was it Mini
Yeah,
or Hero
no,
that
it's
got
Hero
out of
that
that
got
group
first.
first? Okay.
Yeah. So I think actually he's. I don't think he wants to play Sulky. I think Sulky pretty rough. I guess.
I don't think he wants to play anyone.
Well, yeah, of course you don't want to play
those
anybody.
players.
You want to rematch Mind is what you really want to do. But
he wants to bring Mine into the round of 8 with him.
yeah, but if
We
we're
should
gonna,
bring Mine to the finals with him, man.
yeah, he wishes he was JYJ in that tournament. I think
Yeah.
if we're just gonna go on percentages, I remember Heroes Terran versus Zerg versus Terran was his worst matchup. So I guess maybe, even though I think Sharp's TVP and TVT is his strongest, probably gonna be rooting for Hero there. By the way, in one of the segments that they had today, it was Sharp talking to Hero about which race is the most broken, and it's they agree that Zerg's the most broken. At least Sharp argued that most effectively, if I read that correctly.
Yeah, well, balance whining is universal.
Yeah.
We all partake. It transcends culture and language. And, well, I'm excited to see this, Nyoken, because we are going to get to see, I'm pretty sure, all of the matches. And we've been talking about how this round of 8 is super exciting. And honestly, Sharp against Hero would be interesting. I think it would be kind of a... You know, Sharp versus Mini or Sharp versus Sulky. You don't really see Sharp as having a chance there. You know, I mean, he's definitely the underdog, but I think against Hero, it's very plausible.
It is plausible, but it's also Hero in the round of 8.
Yeah.
And he doesn't lose there.
Well,
if it's a round of 4, it's different.
Yeah, Hero hasn't been in the seed in a while now. Was he seeded last season? He was not, but the season before.
I mean, he most likely was in the season before, yeah.
Well, okay, the point I'm trying to make is he's hungry for that seed.
Yeah, he wants it.
Yeah, he
so
wants it.
We had Sharp over Mind in game 1, Snow beat Action, then Snow beat Sharp 2-1 in a close series. Then Mind kind of crushed Action, and then in the end, Sharp crushes Mind, and here we go. Like we were talking about, Sulky, Hero, Best, and Snow in the first seeds, and then in the second positions, we got Bisu, Mini, Rush, and Sharp.
Oh yeah, Best, not Mini. Well, actually, Sharp
Best
could have a good chance against. Well, yeah, I mean, all of these matchups. Let's just see the matchups now.
Yeah, let's just see the matchups.
Come on, let's see it.
Well, let's ignore Sharp. Oh, wait a minute. We got to get into our caster booth right there. Let's ignore Sharp here. Like, what matchup out of all of them do you want to see the most? We got potentially Snow versus Rush. That could be a potential selection. Bisu versus Best. We could have a PvP. That could be the first one we've seen.
Rush versus Sulky, man. Honestly, Rush all the way.
Rush all the way, of course.
Yeah. Rush versus Sulky would be pretty rough in a round of 8, I feel like. That's like a finals. That will probably not happen.
Well, if he gets Sulky, right, and he takes down last season's champion, he's going to be feeling it real good, right? Like
I'm just rooting for Rush, man. You know, that's what I want to see. You're asking me what I want to see. I want to see a Terran champ yet again. Balance whiners, blown out.
Well, you know, we still have Rush and Mini in the tournament. There could be a potential for a Rush Mini rematch in the finals.
Oh, look, it's starting.
Oh, it's starting. We're getting in there.
Let's see. Are they going to start with Sulky? Oh, they're going to just...
No, they just going...
I mean, this is a weird way of doing it, because you don't really need 2 balls. You just need 1. If you just fix the first place... anyway, whatever.
I guess that is true, yes. So they're going over the rules here. Number 1's going to face number 2. Whoever you played in the round of 16, you can't play them again. Of course, you can play them in the round of 4, but in the round of 8, you can't do that. I think that's a good rule. Imagine if you had to play Snow twice. Right.
Well, yeah. I mean, yeah. You want to have like the biggest, you want to play the most amount of players in a tournament, right? Because you're trying to find like who's the best player among the group of people. So if one player is playing the same person over and over, it's kind of counter. But tournaments, there's always a huge element of luck as well and randomness. So okay, let's go, man. Let's go quarterfinals. Yeah, crack that open. Gotcha. Who did she get?
Best.
Okay.
Okay, best. So Group C. And then it's a Zerg. Oh, it's Hero.
Okay.
Well, that means we're going to have Sulky on the other... I think he'll be on the other side of the bracket. So if there's like there's potential for a ZVZ finals if they both go the distance.
Yeah, I guess that's that would be sick.
PvP finals.
Yeah.
And Sulky's last, of course. All right. Who can best
Those
face?
look like the Kinder Surprise capsules, man.
Yeah.
Doesn't look like she had to eat a lot of chocolate, though.
No. Well, I'm looking at who can best face. He can face either Bisou, Mini, or Sharp.
Well, let's just hope for a non-mirror.
All right, well.
Actually, I would love to watch Bisou play PvP.
Yeah.
That would be sick. Best versus Bisou, that would be kind of sick.
SK Telecom hype. Ooh, okay, Sharp.
Okay.
I think this is good. Go ahead.
Best is going to be happy about this one.
Well, of course he's happy for Terran, but I feel like Sharp is probably happy about this selection also.
I think Sharp's not happy any which way.
Okay. And who's Hero gonna face off versus?
He's
wanted
praying
Rush.
It's not Rush. Rush to the final if he gets this side of the bracket. Oh my god.
Hero's in trouble, man.
Oh my god. That is crazy.
But
man.
you see what this sets us up for? That puts Mini on the other side of the bracket.
Snow versus Mini? Or Snow versus Bisou? Damn, that's hype. Bisou.
Oh, it is Bisou.
Oh my god. That's insane.
And then we got Sulky versus Mini. I mean, that's going to be amazing, right? Sulky, reigning champion versus the Maniac. That's
possibly
Mini.
The worst that... I mean, Sulky's not going to be happy.
I know he's not, but Mini's should be feeling pretty good. Well, I mean, he probably wants to avoid Sulky, but this is going to be a hype matchup for the fans, I mean.
These are all crazy matchups.
Yeah, these are nuts.
Well, the right side of the bracket is insane.
Well, Hero versus Rush should be nuts, and so should Best versus Sharp.
Hero versus Rush is a rematch of that. Oh, shit, it's crazy,
we're
man.
back.
Nice, okay. We're back. Well, guys, I'm about to collapse. Nyoken is about to go to work. He's late for a meeting, I'm sure.
I got 40 minutes, man, and then I do have to go to a meeting. But
okay.
This cast was extremely long. Yesterday we were saying how it's like a 4-hour long cast, and now it's over 4 hours.
We're gotta be like 5, no?
It's 4 hours and 15 minutes, but we're going back to the ASL screen because we're getting a look at how it's our round of 8 bracket. Like I mentioned, Mini on the other side of Rush's bracket. We could have a Rush Mini finals, a rematch.
Yeah.
We could have Rush Sulky, Sharp Sulky.
Well, anything with Rush winning at the end is going to make me happy.
Well, let me ask you this. Sulky, previous champion. We were talking about in other casts how we haven't seen many back-to-back champions. Based on this bracket, Does this look like a good bracket to you for Sulky to go all the way to win again?
No.
And why is that? Who's
Mini
going to stop
is
him?
extremely hard. And then either Snow or Bisu is going to be extremely hard. And then honestly, on this side of the bracket, I really don't. I'm almost convinced Rush is going to make it to the final. I mean, he is favored against all of these guys.
Okay.
Although he did lose versus Best. Did he not?
I think he did.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was yesterday.
Well, I don't know, man.
Yeah, I think
I'm hoping either Rush or Bisu or Snow wins. All right, or Best. I mean, there's so many good contenders for a champ this season. I mean, even if Sulky wins, that'd be hype. Like back-to-back Sulky, that would be great. Yeah.
I'd be okay with back-to-back for Sulky. I'm going to be rooting for Hero to make it to the finals. He's always round to 4. For whatever reason, the finals eludes him.
Mini, that would be sick.
So Hero Mini, that would be sick because Hero's best matchup is ZVP. We could have Bisu make it to the finals for the first time in a long time.
Yeah. Well, Bisu hasn't even made. Well,
he's been to Star League finals. I don't remember.
Yeah,
if
that's what
ASL.
you mean.
But yeah, could be his time. Could be Snow's first time. Could be Shark going deep.
No.
What about Best, man? What if he makes it to the finals? So that'd be the first time since his series versus July Zerg? That
would be kind of hype.
That would be like 20 years in the making, man. Legitimately.
A lot of these people would be really hype if they won. I mean, anyone really would be hype if they won.
Yeah, I agree with that.
That's why this is a great run of 8.
Yeah, we were saying it all season long. Like every single group from round of 16 was insane, and now the round of 8 has just gotten even better.
I feel like so far this season has been really, really entertaining.
Yeah, I think the only thing that we've lacked is PvP in Zerg versus Zerg. I don't remember many games at all, if any PvP. But we are going to get that Snow Bisu series, which should be pretty epic.
Yeah, Snow Bisu is going to be sick. PvP is sick. Mm-hmm. Look at that. That's our schedule, guys. Monday, Tuesday. Next 3 weeks. Mark it down. And then the finals. Live on Saturday, the 27th.
Yep, they're throwing in that Saturday mix-up on us. And now we're going back to the Gypsy screen. Right there. There he is.
Oh, I'm here.
Yeah. So what are you going to do after this cast?
I'm going to sleep, man.
Oh, you're not going to do your 3-hour stream like you did yesterday?
I can't, man. I am on 1 hour of sleep. Yesterday, we had that 4... I didn't even realize we were streaming for 4 hours, or what is it? 4.5 hours. And then I just started streaming for like 3.5 hours.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then I didn't StarCraft.
I napped yesterday, but then I went to a steakhouse yesterday with my family. I ate a big filet mignon.
Hell yeah.
And that's partly why I couldn't sleep. I was digesting that through the night. It kept me up.
Yeah, but
I was just so excited. I was like, I gotta wake up for ASL.
Yeah, I bet you were.
I gotta talk to Nyoken.
Yeah, that's the key thing. You gotta talk to me. You gotta call me.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm just waiting for you to call me, man. Every time, in the morning, I'm waiting for that message. And then the Discord call.
Yeah. For you, those of you out there, we wake up so early in the morning. I always message whoever I'm casting with, Gypsy or Raz or Eons, or like, I'm awake, just so they don't worry. Like, hey, where is he? Where's the stream? So I always got to let them know, like, I actually am alive. It's 5:15, but I'm awake, man. I'm ready.
Yeah. Yeah. And that's it. I mean, what else are we going to talk about, Nyoken? We have the round of 16 done, round of 24 done. We're already at the round of 8. Some sick matches coming up. Oh, and it's just one round of 8 match per day, right?
Yeah, and I think it's just best of 5, so it shouldn't be 4 hours long. Should be, like 1 to 2 hours. So that's good for us.
People that are complaining about the format are insane. I mean, I know all of these people are like, "Oh, best of one is so unfair." If they could, they would have these players play a best of 69. But they don't actually realize that if you get all the players playing best of threes, you're sitting here for like 6 hours. Nobody wants to watch that. Tournaments, they're not really meant to be like, of course, there's part competition, but it's largely entertainment. We're all here. We just want to watch a couple games. No one really cares that much who wins. And that's the truth. Okay, so let's just pipe down.
Well, best of one gives a unique dynamic also, because all of a sudden these insane builds, you got to account for them. You don't have another life to fall back on.
It's a lot of variance.
Yeah,
it's true, it's a lot of variance, but ultimately you're playing a best of 3 against your group. So it's not just best of 1, you show up, you play one game on the day. You're actually playing a best of 3 against that group. Of course, when there's 3 different players, possibly 3 different races, it adds a lot more variance to what happens. But bottom line is, you got to win 2 games before you lose 2 games, which is pretty fair in my opinion.
I mean, it seems fine to me.
It keeps the broadcasts
manageable.
Manageable.
Yeah. Can you imagine if we had to do Mine versus Sharp and they played 2 more games like in the initial?
I mean, that's what BSL is.
BSL. All right. Well, we have the commentator saying that we are done for today. Thank you guys so much for watching, and we will see you next week, same time and same place. Take care.
Bye-bye.